Hi, Raiders. Oh, Ari, thank you for the raid. Oh, I appreciate that. Welcome in. You are all good. You just beat me while I was finishing off all the socials. But hello, in Raiders. Oh, it's so bright blue over there. Why am I looking at that one? Look at that one. Abe, hello, welcome in, and Ari, thank you so much. It's lovely to see all of you. Oh, we are just about there. But hi, yes, I am Amy. Welcome to the early Raiders. It's wonderful to have you here. I am a Kiwi streamer over in New Zealand, and I stream lots of colouring. And very luckily met Ari just recently on Twitch. And I love finding additional colorists or artists to follow here on Twitch, so very happy discovery, and it's wonderful to see you back here. I know it's very late for you over there, so I fully understand if you need to raid and run. If anyone needs to raid and run, feel free to absolutely do what you need to do. But if you want to hang around for a while, fully feel free to hang around for a while. We have a lot to do today. I'm hopeful. I say that knowing full well probably not going to happen, but we will try. We will absolutely try. It is a public holiday here in New Zealand, so I have no work. I can go for as long as I can physically handle to go. I have a lot of other Kiwi streamers who I know are also streaming today, so yeah, it's like so many of my friends are also streaming today, and it's like I want to be all there, but also I've got work to do, so I really appreciate you being here. But oh my gosh, it's nearly midnight there. Yeah, but I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. But yes, let's go straight over to the colouring screen. It is 10 o'clock, so the last of my stuff should have auto-posted. Yep, that's all done. Perfect. Alright, we are all good to go. So let us take you over to the colouring screen. So this is what we've been working on. Oh, I don't know why I still got that going. You can pause. So this is a wonderful colouring page by Kerby Rosanes from the colouring book Mythomorphia. My copy is absolutely falling apart, which is why my pages are loose on the board here. We have quite a bit of work to go. So on Friday and Saturday alone, we finished the moss. It took all that time just to do all the moss, but I love how the moss turned out with that little pink highlight, very much inspired by the lichen moss. So I think the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do the trees and get the trees out of the way, because it'll be very similar greens and that can be done very quickly. And then we're going to have to start moving on to some of these individual elements. But yeah, I still don't know what I'm doing for some colours of different things. We've got a lot to do. And for those that don't know, I have a goal to finish Mythomorphia this year. And in order to finish Mythomorphia, I need to complete 6.3 pages from Mythomorphia per month. We are coming up to the end of April, and I have completed 2 pages. Oop. Accidentally hit my keyboard there. It's starting to yell at me. So yeah, we are running very behind on this month's goal, so a little nerve-wracking. I also have been working hard on this one behind the scenes, our Rainbow Mushies page. So I've got all the Rainbow Mushies based now. I need to go in and do all the shading, pick out the spots on the ones that have spots, and then cover everything in the glitter. Then all the rainbow mushrooms will be done, and I can start working on the more generic stuff. But to finish these 2 pages within the amount of time that we have left within the month is going to be a challenge, because they are very intense pages. Alright, I think we'll just pull out the 3 of you. Actually no, that's Berry, We're wanting to keep the yellow greens for the mushrooms, so that's not the right greens. I might just do teal, to be honest. Like, maybe we'll just do teal, because it's in the sky. Let's just do teal. Why not? Let's just do some fun aqua teal trees. So we're working with a mixture of Inktense, Polychromos, and Prismacolor pencils. There is a lot of different types on here, depending on where I'm working and what I'm achieving. So a lot of this is based for Inktense, and then Polychromos to start doing some shading, and then Prismacolor I often use for like the edge highlighting, like all the pink in the lichen moss is all done in the Prismacolor, because the creamy and opaqueness of it means it works really well for coming in and adding an edge highlight and layering on top of the existing pencils. It's freaking, it's so freaking I mean, I'm very minimally employed and I have quite a bit of free time, but also colouring is very much my like mental health happy space. So trying to keep myself, you know, feeling okay and coping with everything means that I do end up doing a lot of colouring per month, because this is how I cope with the fact of being in so much pain consistently, being in those headspaces, which means, yeah, I do a lot of colouring each month. Like in March, I really pushed myself with Mythomorphia and I completed 12 pages that month. So this being a double page spread, this counts as 2 pages. And yeah, so I completed 12 pages, and so that was 5 double page spreads and then 2 single pages as well. So if I push myself, I can do a lot. But I've also had some other, like I had the Alien Worlds one that I needed to complete this month. I've had a buddy colour that was not in Mythomorphia to complete this month, and these things also take away from what I can do in Mythomorphia. And also the pages that I chose this month are very like detail heavy ones. Like the mushrooms is a lot. This is quite a lot as well. It's not like last month I chose quite a few of the water pages, which I found a way to do water very quickly. So that helped me a lot too, was pages that I could do relatively quickly. There's still some pages in the book that are going to be quick to finish, but of course this month we're working on a mushroom theme, so, and I don't mind if a page takes a while to get the look I want. Like I could speed this up by not doing the mushrooms to be the glow source. Like adding that glow is going to take a while, but when the mushrooms are glowing, it's just going to look amazing. I live with chronic pain. Into her situation. Drawing, colouring is my happy place as well, and I do it a lot. So I was reading and slow colouring. 900 books in the last 5 years. Heck yeah. I think the most I got was 150 in a year. But I go through phases where I'll read heaps and heaps and heaps, and then I just stop. I am a bit of a speed reader, but I actually prefer audiobooks so that I can also colour while I'm listening to a book. But yeah, quite often when I'm colouring off camera, I am listening to an audiobook. This month there's just been so many live streams that I haven't actually had a chance to just chill out with the audiobooks. It's just been a busy month. It happens, you know, like some months things just are a bit busier, and that's what it is. This month we've just been busier. But we're going to do our absolute best to get this finished today. And as you can see by how quickly I'm getting these trees done, like some of it's pretty straightforward. I'm going to come back in with a grey or something though, just to add some more contrast to those tree sections. Because I really need to finish off the book I'm reading. I haven't got much left in it. I've been listening to the Breakfast Murder Club, which is about a bunch of retirement home pensioners who investigate murders. It's really, it's been enjoyable. But I'm very close to having that one finished, so I should finish that one off. Yeah, that's better. Just that little bit of contrast. We like contrast here. But I am very excited for next month. Next month, of course, being Mermaid. So there are a couple of... There's definitely a Sirens page left in the book. So we will definitely be doing the Siren page in Mythomorphia next month. And then there's another underwater spread that I wanted to play around with. Using wet media on again. So I'll need to get that one prepped. I also have a YouTube live stream that I have committed to, but it is a fundraiser, not a fundraiser, but just sort of like an awareness thing for a colouring book artist that's going for a lot at the moment. She has a few gorgeous bits and pieces, so I'm just deciding if I want to buy an individual page or a full-on colouring book from her. I love Mermaid though. Mermaid's always good times because mermaids. I love underwater scenes too. Underwater scenes are just so good. And of course next month I also have my graduation. Which means that there will be a bit of travelling and all sorts going on. So, yeah. And a speech to deliver, which I need to also finish drafting today and send that one through. It's just, yeah, it's meant to be me slowing down. Like the doctors have advised me to slow down, and somehow I'm ending up busier than usual. It's just, yeah, I don't know how it happens. It's like, just, the wheel just instantly gets busy, and it's like, how am I this busy already? But I also really like, oh, excuse me, keeping busy as well, because when you're not busy, things just go wandering.
Coming by quickly to say hi and send you some love from the South Island before heading out to see if I can do even just an hour or two of my research at the uni. Less than 3.
Less than 3 to you too, Jai. Less than 3 to you too. Oh, it's lovely to hear from you, and I fully understand. Best of luck getting all your research stuff done today. I hope it goes smoothly. You find the answers to whatever you need very, very quickly, and it's not brain draining, because it can really be brain draining doing study. Make sure you look after yourself and take meds. Winky face closing parentheses. War Art has a little issue with grammatical punctuation, but I also adore it. Thank you for making War Art talk. why I started up there when I started over here with the actual trees, but that's okay. It's like it's suddenly snapped to very cold here in New Zealand overnight. It got very, very cold. I mean, if I close my windows, it would probably help. I don't know if I will be able to pick it up. So today it is Anzac Day here in New Zealand. So Anzac Day is sort of like our Memorial Day or service People's Day, where it's about celebrating those that, you know, helped out in corporations like the Army, the Navy and stuff like that. And I mean, we know I'm not a big fan of, like, I really hate the fact that the ads play recruitment ads on my channel during ad breaks. Yeah. But it is important to acknowledge the cost of war and the lives that are lost. So I do appreciate that. But during Anzac, one of the things is they do memorial services, and they will do, you know, trumpets and a few different bits and pieces. And where they do the memorial service here in Taranaki, in my particular town in Taranaki, is not that far away from me. It's only a couple of blocks, because the actual memorial statue is a couple of blocks that way. So it's possible we may hear, I usually hear it when it happens. They used to do a dawn service, but I think now they've realised that a lot of us like to sleep in, so they do it more around 10 a.m. if they do one. So it may or may not be being picked up when they do the trumpeting in a little bit. We'll find out. Haunted! Yes, we are doing a power push. We need to get this finished today. I need to finish this, which means we are going to be pushing to get this done. Also, I just like alliteration, so public holiday power push to possibly finish a page. I like alliteration. That's why it's been tumbling, twisting, trees time for the last few streams. If I can find a way to make it alliteration, I'm gonna do it. How are you, hun? It's lovely to see you again. Oops, went over a little bit there, but that's okay. Right, so we're just about done on the trees with all this. Again, we still have our mushroom highlights to go. Let's get some shadows in there and some contrast, and then we can assess. Absolutely exhausted, but with slightly heavier pockets because of it. Heck yeah. It's definitely the one bonus of working, and one of the things I miss about not being able to do good bouts of work is the pay. Because, yeah. Violacious! More mushies. Yep, we are still in April Fungi Fun, so we're still working on mushies. We have to, I am trying to get this page finished today. I need to get this page finished. I also have been working off camera on the Rainbow Mushies page. So sorry, I just hit my mic then. So I've still got a lot of work to do on this one. We've got a lot of shading to do. I've still got to do, like, this is a completed mushroom up here. It's got shading and the white highlights and stuff like that. So I've still got to go in and add all the shading, and then add all the glitter over the mushrooms, and then obviously we've still got a lot of detail on this page to do. I've still got all the actual undersides of the mushrooms to do as well. Like, it's a big page. And both of those kind of need to be completed before the end of the month to hit my Mythomorphia goals. So this might be a month where I don't hit it. I'm going to try, but if we can finish this page, that will be a big, big start on getting through to this goal. But how are you, Vi? It is so good to see you again. Eat tuna on Sunday. Ouch. Gosh. I think it's probably been, it was a few months ago that I did a tenner because I was covering my co-worker at work. So it's like, yeah, and when I did that tenner, I just went to my manager and was like, yeah, no, I can't do tenners. I can't even do 8 hours. They had me cover some Christmas before I got that sort of confirmation of no, you should not be working more than 15 hours a week. Yeah, so I went to the cover at that, and I knew by the end of those 3 days, it's like, I am fucking up left and right. I am not doing my job effectively. I cannot work this much. It is too much for me. So, because it's, again, I've talked about it before about streaming and how someone might look at this and go, oh, but you can stream for 8 hours. And it's like, wow, this is different because A, streaming takes a lot less out of me than working. This is very low spoons. This is my happy space. This is my mental health space. But also when I'm streaming, I'm in control. So if it is a bad day and I can feel my body locking up, I can say, hey, I'm not feeling it today. We're calling stream here, 3 or 4 minutes in. I don't have to stream for the whole time. I've just found a section of moss I have entirely missed. I will forever associate this song with Samsara because this is her introduction song. This is Samsara's hold screen song. Alright, we're just going to cheat and use these colours for the moss. It's technically a different colour, but I don't want to pull those all out for one little section, and I still have the pinks here. Most of this is going to be pink, so we're just going to kind of cover it up and just pretend I totally covered it with the rest of them. See? Was always there. Was always coloured. Never missed. Don't know what you're talking about. And Saturday was so bad that we hit capacity around 1 PM and had to turn away some very angry people. I am so sorry that you had to deal with that. That is not something that, unfortunately, customer service is just awful for it, but you should not have to. Like, when people are like upset with people in retail because something's coming up a different price, or they don't have a certain thing in stock, or they have to turn people away, it's like, well, this is not their particular thing. They're not in control of it. They are just here working. Like, when I worked retail, the amount of people who would get upset with me about the price of something, and I'd be like, I'm sorry, but what can I do? I'm just a minion at the counter. Like, and I wish I had had the capability back then to just look at them and say, you don't like it, go complain to corporate. Like, there's nothing I can do. I am a minimum wage employee who is just here to do their job. Especially because I used to work in curtaining and stuff like that, and a lot of that stuff can get pricey very quickly. But again, treat retail workers nicely because they don't have any power. Lady looked as though me as I was ringing. Looks like the busiest day. Must be taking a toll on your. So. Oh. That's nice. It's nice to have that recognition. That I can completely understand. Stream is completely different. I had envisions. Yeah, exactly, Ari. Exactly. And it's that understanding and control, and like, again, I also stream from like home in my safe space. I can do all the things to make stream as smooth as possible and work with me and my body limitations. So by the time we've finished stream, it's like, no, we're still feeling good, you know? Just double checking that I haven't missed any of the tree, because I am really bad at doing that. There's so many little spaces. And you say the FPOS went down. Oh, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Well, I'm glad today is a public holiday and you get to enjoy it. Cool. Right. I feel like that's the base of the tree done. Now, we did talk about also doing some purple pink on the trees for the sky, but I'm going to come back to that afterwards and do light reflex then. And decide what we are doing. I think we'll do the blue now, because we've got water, we've got blue mushrooms, we've got the turtle, and we've also got her skin, so we can get a bit of blue done. There's my usual water combo. And then if we add in a lighter, that can work for our mushrooms. And we can use the blue water combo for the turtle as well. And then if we drop that to that one, that will work for his skin. So we'll go slightly more green tone for the water and the mushrooms, and more white toned for his skin. Yay, finally doing the water, doing the blue bits. Little bug. Finishing off the turtle. I mean, we've still got the mushroom skin on the turtle, but oh, we get there. Alright, let's start with the water. So it's the same thing as usual. I start with my darks and then go up to my lights. And because of the darkness of this blue, it's actually going to blend into the background a little bit, so it will look like the river is just fading off into the distance, which will look really cool, I reckon. I reckon. Public holiday. Excellent. I am with you on that. I am very, very much looking forward to the fact that today is a public holiday. And it's great because it's a public holiday. I don't have any work, so technically, as long as I have the spoons, I can keep streaming. I know a bunch of Kiwis are planning on streaming today, so it's also like, I want to go hang out and support all my friends, but also, I got a lot of work to do, so we're gonna try. We're just gonna see how we go. It is a bit of a sore day. In fact, what is the time? 10:28. Our first ad break should coincide with when I can take my next lot of medication, and I am very much looking forward to it. Alright, I normally wait till later to do the Posca details, but I'm going to forget this one because this is the only one I should technically be doing in this colour. Although I could do some of the mushrooms in this colour. Just a couple of little highlights on the water, and there's our water. Boom, look how quick that was. Alright, let's get our turtle friend done. It's really cold. Yeah, I'm wearing 3 layers. I am also feeling it today. That's why I've got the long sleeve on. This is actually a Care Bears. It's technically a pajama top, but it's like a cute little crew neck sweater. And I'm just like, I'm just going to wear it as a sweater. Like, I don't care. I just think it's cute. It's perfect pastel blue with bright rainbow. Like, of course I'm going to rock this as a sweater. So when I got dressed this morning and put on my clothes underneath, and then I was like, I don't know if the microphone is picking up all the helicopters flying by. That'll be part of the service. They're literally flying past the windows. Because again, the service is happening just a couple of blocks away from me, so yeah. But hey. Yeah, no, it is a very cute sweater. I found it on clearance. It was only a couple of dollars. I was like, I'm gonna take that. And then it's like, pajamas. I'm like, no. It's actually one of many pieces of clothing that I own that are meant to be pajamas that I wear as real life clothes, because I have a t-shirt, a long t-shirt that is a Disney Villains t-shirt, and that's meant to be a pajamas. I wear that as a t-shirt. And then I have multiple pairs of these black cotton pants that just have like a stretchy drawstring waist. They're just loose, plain black cotton pants. Thin, but just casual pants, right? I wear them all the time. They are men's pajama pants, but they just look like plain black cotton pants, and they're just great. And I wear those so often. It's like, if you look at like the amount of pajama clothes that I have, it's like, well, you know, who's to say? Like, I have old t-shirts that are meant to be proper t-shirts that I wear as pajamas. I have pajamas that I wear as proper clothes. It's the same concept of like men's clothes and women's clothes. It's like, no, you just wear what makes you comfortable. I have so many men's clothes in my clothes because A, their t-shirts are a lot more comfier, but also a lot of their stuff is actually a lot cheaper. And, you know, again, like those black pajama cotton pants that were, I think they're like $8 a pair, just for some really basic plain black cotton pants. And they work great for just like, you just want t-shirt and comfy pants and stuff like that. Like, I wore them as part of my work uniform because, again, just plain black pants. Yeah. Yeah, chilly fingers makes it hard. I should probably actually be wearing my compression gear, to be perfectly honest. I should definitely have my ankle one on. I took it off last night for the shower and it's in the bathroom, so I might try to remember to grab that on the first ad break, because I should really be wearing that right now. I slept in the shower on Sunday, so my ankle's a little gimmicky at the moment. It's a lot better than it was, but yeah. It's finally getting warmer here, yay. It's also won't be yes. Oh goodness, yeah, vasospasms are not great, really not, so I'm glad to hear that. Definitely, yeah, I've got some fingerless gloves that help a lot as well. Yeah, like the amount of people who wear just regular, like clearly pajamas to places, it's like, well, at least mine kind of fit as normal clothes. Like, nobody's commented on them and gone, well, those are pajamas. Except for one person who saw the Disney top and was like, hey, I have that, but that's a pajama top. And I'm like, yeah, I wear it as a regular t-shirt. She's like, I never thought about doing that, but yeah, it totally works as a t-shirt. I'm like, exactly. Yeah, the amount of people who just rock out with pajamas everywhere, which is kind of cool, you know? Hey, do it. Makes you comfy, you do it. Lacey, hello. Lovely to see you, although I don't know if I should be encouraging you being distracted from your schoolwork. But it is lovely to see you, Han. We have so many, like, helicopters and airplanes flying past the windows at the moment, so I don't know if any of it's being picked up, but if it is, I do apologize. I have no control over it today. It's going to be happening for a while. We may also occasionally have my pendant alarm box screaming at us to check the power, because my pendant alarm box has got another fault. I was warned about this a few months ago when they repaired the last fault, so yes, but the technicians can't obviously come at the moment because it's public holiday, so we're just waiting to hear from them to see when they will turn up, and hopefully it'll be this week. To do some Discord updates with all the new people going in the Discord. Alright, let's get started on these fungi. This is good. We're got 20 minutes till the first ad break, and we've already got the leaves done, and we're starting on a lot of the water stuff. So good start, good start. So yeah, there's still a lot of details that are not even base colored yet. So if you've got any suggestions for colors on different things, please let me know, because I still have a lot of colors to figure out. And I need to get everything colored before I can do the mushrooms and their glow, because that's like the final stage. So if you have any ideas for colors, let us know. Smolt, hello, 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 hello. How are you going today, huh? Small city here. It's very quiet at night. We say in German that in small cities they fold up the curb at 6 p.m. I can see that. I would say that's kind of similar to Taranaki, or specifically New Plymouth where I am. Apart from one late night, like, it does get very quiet. I mean, I have a few restaurants and stuff around me, but they all close around 9, and then we're mostly good, except for on Friday and Saturday where a couple of the bars stay open. So yeah, and so that would be amazing. Haunted, I would love to see it. We made way for a Pokeball. Yum. I'm doing good, Lacey, but yeah, fully understand, you know, please don't get in trouble to watch me. School is far more important, so appreciate you being here, but if you need to do schoolwork and focus on schoolwork, that is 1000% okay, because school is very important. But yeah, today is a public holiday here, so we're doing good. We are just trying to get as much of this done as possible, because as you may or may not know, my goal each month is to complete 6.3 pages, and we are nowhere near that, and we're coming up to the end of April, so I need to get my butt into gear and get more done. Alright, so you would have a bit of shadow here from this weird leaf, possibly. And you would actually be lit from that side because of the mushrooms. So I shaded that one very wrong to begin with, but I think I fixed it. Samsara! Hello! I'm guessing your meeting is all done. I hope it went well. So good to see you, lovely. Ay, ay, ay. Itchy ear, itchy ear. Alright. These little ones back here. Alright, so we have a bunch of green behind here and also a bunch of green in front of here. So we'll just do a little bit of dark in the center for these ones. Because there will be a lot of light glow on these ones, and this one in particular is going to be interesting because it's going to be backlit from that one but then front lit from this one, so that's going to make life really interesting. And then because you're being front lit, you would actually be casting a shadow up here, so we'll do that a lot darker. And then we'll just fill in the rest with our light blue so that we can go back over later with our bright green. Was fantastic? Fantastic. It's good when meetings are productive. Probably need to sit down with my team in a little bit once I get their permission sorted in the Discord, and then get a bit of a catch up started, and I just make sure that they're aware of their role on the Discord before all the people start coming in. Yes, self-care is sexy and we fully encourage it here. Always take care of yourself first and foremost. If you need to sleep, sleep. And that flows on beautifully to Ari saying that they are going to go to sleep now because it is very late for them, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid, hun, and for trusting me with your community. I hope you have a wonderful sleep, and I will see you around. Oh, a little bit of a back stretch. Right, did I miss any blue? I think we're good. Right, blue's done on that one. Let's get back to this one. We are working today. As soon as that ad break appears in 10 minutes, I need to remember to take my meds, get my compression gear, which is in the bathroom, add I put on said compression gear, which I should be wearing now because I'm naughty and forgot to put on my compression gear. And also make sure I hydrate. So, I'm mostly saying this out loud to kind of get it stuck in my head that that's everything I need to grab at the ad break. And that'll also help with a stretch because I will stand up and go to the bathroom to get my compression gear, which is in the bathroom. My foot compression gear. My hand compression gear should be actually around here, but I should also be wearing my foot compression gear. Actually, with these mushrooms having this cool texture, that could be really cool to highlight. Steppy! Hello! Hello! Thank you so much for the follow. We're getting so close to our next follower goal. We might get another little celebration in stream today as we hit that follower goal, which will be very cool to see. Heading towards that big 500. Alright, I'm just going to quickly... I just realised these mushrooms have a lot more texture, and so we're just going to cheat and use a Posca to just create that contrast and that texture. And then, hey look, our little mushies have some texture. So yes, hey Steffi, I also have coffee. Coffee is wonderful. And then I also have an energy drink. And then I also have my water. And then I have my other water, which is not water to drink. It is my painting water. But I almost drank it once on stream by accident. Oh. And thank you for popping in. It's lovely to see you here. We are working on this double page colouring spread. I am trying to get as much done as possible today because I have a goal. This is from a colouring book called Mythomorphia by Kerby Rosanes. I have a goal to finish this book this year, so every month I try to complete 6.3 pages, and this month we are focusing on mushrooms as our theme. So we have completed this wonderful little mushroom troll here, which I adore this page. This is such a gorgeous page. We also have the Fantastical forest that we are working on. And then I also have completed this one as part of my YouTube live. So that was done on a YouTube page stream. And that one is out because I'm also working on rainbow mushies for this page. So we've got a lot of work to complete that one. And then I also have another work in progress page that I've been plodding away at this month. So times when I can't record, like if my laptop is processing a video, I've been working on somewhere in here. Somewhere in here is another spread. I thought it was towards the back more. Yeah, no, it's definitely... Oh, it's right behind here. I've also been working on this one very slowly, but there's still a lot of work to do on this one. So I am nowhere near my goal, and we have very few days left in April. So today is a smash it out sort of day. So we're going to be trying to get some work done. A productive stream. Who's ever heard of it? Oh my god. Miracles will never cease. So I have never actually finished an entire colouring book. So right now, nothing, because I literally have never done it.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Samsara! Welcome to the G Squad. I mean, you already were G Squad, let's face it. You always are part of my G Squad. And thank you for being G Squad. But yeah, I will probably start a new colouring book shelf or something. Well, the first thing I'm going to be doing is rebinding it. because it needs rebinding, so that the book actually stays together. And then from there, it'll just be a beautifully completed book, I guess. I'm thinking when I get it rebound, I don't know if I'm gonna I do need to go through and spray every page to protect it, and seal the book, and just do a lot of stuff to help the book stay together as long as possible, because obviously there's been a lot of work that's gone into this book, so I want to make sure it lasts. But yeah, I don't even know where I'm going to put it, because my colouring book shelf is already full at the moment, but considering this is the only one that I would have completed, I might just put it back on the shelf for now, until I can figure out what I'm going to do with the completed ones. I've been asked that before. I've been asked to actually sell off certain pages to people. Because it's a double-sided colouring book, if I did that, I'm also pulling out another page from the book, because these pages on the back of this, so it means sacrificing a back page. I could look at creating a print. Now, I could never sell the prints because I don't own the copyrights to these images, because I'm not the owner of the line work, so I can't sell prints, but I could make a print of some pages for myself, which is how I'd be more inclined to do it, because even though I'm using artist quality pencils will fade, particularly if they're in direct light. So if I put any on the wall, that would be how I would do it. I would make copies for me and then display some pages on the wall, which could be a good way to get some of my favourites up there, because there's definitely some pages in the book that I absolutely adore and would love to have displayed around. But yeah, I've had a couple of people reach out and be like, and not just the NFT bros, so many of those frickin', your artwork is really clean. It's like, no. No, I've had some people genuinely message me and go, do you sell prints of what you're doing in the colouring books? It's like, no, I don't own the copyright. I don't have the legal right to do so. Oh, maybe that could be a way to do it, if somebody wanted a specific page coloured in a certain way, because you are allowed to, even though we don't hold the copyright to sell prints of coloured pages, we are allowed to sell the coloured page. So that is a way that I could get around it. Yeah, I would be, if I did that, it would be more inclined to be like, somebody approaches me about a specific page and, hey, can you colour it in this way? And I don't know if I would do Kerby. I would be more inclined to do individual PDFs or something, because I would have to also buy a whole new Mythomorphia book, because obviously Mythomorphia is completed, which the collectionist in me wants to, because this is the American version of Mythomorphia. I could get the UK printed version. Also, it comes in French and German and even Japanese and stuff like that. So I could get some of the international versions, because the paper's meant to be better in those ones, even better than the UK ones. I hate the American paper. But we are just about to head into an ad break. So as you heard before, I'm going to take some meds, I'm going to stretch and hydrate and get some compression gear to make myself as comfortable as possible. I really do appreciate those of you that are going to be sitting through the ad breaks. It not only removes the horrible pre-rolls from our streams so that when you enter a stream you don't get slung by a stew of ads, but it also allows for me to have this break and to look after myself, and also it's a free way to support me because I do earn a couple of cents from the ads. So it will be up to 3 minutes of ads, probably less, hopefully less. It depends on the ad gods and what they decide today. But please take this opportunity to get coffee, to get meds, to stretch, to hydrate, to do what you need to do. I promise I will do no work until all the ads are finished. Yes, that ad break should begin any second, eventually. But I am going to begin the process of getting my compression gear, because this is going to be a process. Oh, there it is. There goes the ads. Welcome in. I am so sorry. You're probably hitting ads right when you begin. And I forgot to do the ad command. My bad. I hope you didn't just come in and immediately get ads, McBobbin. It sucks when that happens. It's like, you might as well have pre-rolls on. Oh, I'm sorry. No ads? Fantastic. Yeah, no, I was just taking advantage of the ad break to get my compression gear, because I had accidentally left my compression gear in the bathroom, so... Oh, gosh, so many straps. And that's already on wrong, and I forgot to adjust the socks. You've been spared of ads. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Molt, that's a miracle. Tested my colouring page. Work, and they loved it. Hell yeah. I have got to go up to the printers sometime this week, so I will try to get your one printed out then too, and get that sorted. So it will probably go into next month's colouring, but also it'll be good because I need to have like a bulk of stuff pre-filmed because I've got a few travel days with graduation. So it's probably not going to go up until quite late in the month of May, but it will go up next month. It will be one of those projects I try to pre-film in advance. Right. You're on. Strap 3. Strap 4. Strap 5. Come on. And strap 6. Ugh. Foot compression gear on. Welcome back to anyone who sat through the ads. I really appreciate it. Again, you are helping support the channel, helping me earn just a little bit of money. It's not a lot, but it really does add up. I am actually probably going to get a payout next month, which would be amazing. All the money earned from the channel goes to stream in some way or another. Last payout was enough to buy the light, which now helps out with my stream a lot. I have now like a light that is movable, adjustable. I can adjust the brightness, I can adjust the tone for like daylight, nightlight. Very, very useful upgrade for me. So I'll just work out what we're upgrading to next. Part of me thinks I might use the next payout just to do a bit of a supply haul and grab some more pencils. Because we all know I've been loving ink tints lately, so I feel like I should probably stock up on some more pencils. But if I need anything specific for stream, I might also look at doing that. Right, so now we have our compression gear plus our gloves. So I just put these gloves over the compression gloves because my camera tends to freak out with the gloves with all that solid black and the color balance goes out. So this just helps with the color balance, and it's cold enough today that I don't mind doubling up on gloves. Right, ankle is now strapped in place and feeling already a million times better. Really should have done that before stream. Hands are feeling a lot better too. So let's finish off these blue mushrooms. So we've just got down here to do, and is that blue? Does that mean to be blue? No. So we've just got down here to do, and then I'll add in some of the little Posca dots that we did over here. And then we'll work out what we're doing next. I still don't quite know what to do for his portal. If I get in doubt, I'll just cover it in glitter. I'm kind of thinking maybe we need to do some swirly colours in there, like actually create the illusion of a portal. Yeah, it's definitely a bit cold this morning. I'm in 3 layers. I went to bed after my shower. I actually felt cold once I got all the makeup off my face and showered. Then I felt cold, and so when I curled into bed it was like 8 blankets. But yeah, the moment I got out of the shower it was like teeth shattering, and it's like I just need to curl up in bed. 8 blankets. I wouldn't be surprised if the mountain has snow all the way down today. I would not be surprised in the slightest. Wow. Wow, Amy. Wow, that's some words. Yeah, pretty much. Sione is definitely some form of magic. I love playing Sione. It's so much fun. For those that need some context, every second Monday I partake in a Pathfinder stream with the lovely Samsara playing Marisol, and I play Sione, the spicy sorceress. I enjoy playing her so much, and I do full makeup including her rune tattoos. A couple of weeks ago I did it all the way up her arms as well because I had a bit of spare time and some face paint. Last night was just the facial ones, but I have so much fun playing her, and if you have not and want to, you can actually watch all the VODs on YouTube on our GM's channel. But yes, I love my little spicy sorceress. I have a lot of fun with her in terms of we are playing classic, iconic Pathfinder characters, but I've customized mine quite a bit because Sione as written is not that interesting to me to play, but also is the type of character I find very problematic to play, which is that they are the As written, they are the know-it-all leader who does stuff without explaining why they are doing stuff and just expects everyone to follow. And I don't want to be that type of person, and I don't want to be that type of role player. It's not fun in terms of being a player and being part of that group. So I made the choice to look at her backstory but take from it what I found really interesting. And I have spoken at quite good lengths about this with Holt, and we have customized quite a bit of Sione. Because one of the things that I really picked up on was her family orientation. Oh, that's a YouTube subscriber. Thank you, Bob Hoyer, for joining on the YouTubes. Was the nomadic nature of her family tribe, and also the importance of the runic tattoos and what they mean in her culture, which is very similar to Mokoponos and Māori culture, and I found that really fascinating to play on. So yeah, just pulling on different elements that really inspired me, and also playing with that idea of a character who doesn't see death as the end. It's just another part of the life cycle. So because she also carries the ancestral voices in her head, so at least she thinks they're her ancestors. Yeah, it's a really good group, and it was so cool last night to be able to play with Jules as well. So hopefully now we have managed to get a consistent 4th player, because that's been kind of a continuing thing, but hopefully now it's all sorted, because I am really enjoying it. And I can't wait to really be able to start diving in and really exploring these characters. Alright, I like the little blue mushrooms, flowers, growths, whatever they are. Let's move those blues to the side and bring these blues across. So these are, we did a slightly more green undertone blue for the tubular flower things, and now I've got a slightly more pure blue set here that we're going to use for the skin. And I kind of want to really focus on trying to get the skin to the lights as quick as possible. You need a bit more sharpening too. Good sign, we're already dropping stuff. No, that was wrong. Gonna move that. Never happened. We will shade her top lip, and then we'll shade underneath to give the illusion of lips. A little bit around the side here. This would go into a recess. This side is all in recess. Be trying to make a point of working on an angle. I'm trying to get better at doing this, so I'm not working like this and completely covering it. I'm trying to work more like this. Trying to. Arm is fully in shadow. This
would have cast shadow from the other one if this is our light source, although I think I was going to make them glow because then the sprites could glow, but we could also just do the sprites gold, because if we're already dealing with glowing mushrooms, I also don't want to have to deal with glowing sprites, but we could just do gold sprites. So we're just trying to create a bit of shape and definition to this very flat character right now. So you saw once again, I tend to work dark to light. I find it easiest to put my shadows in and then build up the gradient from there into our lighter tones. So that's what I'm kind of doing here, is we've now based out our shadows. So now I can come in with our lighter tone and use this to help blend out the gradient to make things nice and smooth. I'm gonna go in, so because I'm using polychromos here, these are not particularly opaque, so this is not really going to show up. If I wanted to create a sharper white highlight, I'd use the Prismacolors, which are more opaque and will layer more solidly on top, or even more so using a gel pen to get like a really crisp sharp highlight. But what I want to do is just pull in some really light areas and just create sort of like those high areas where it would be getting the most light, like similar to my face. Hey Ryder! Similar to my face, where like my nose is a high point. I've got highlighter to bring out the high points. The cheeks are a high point. The chin is a high point. The forehead is a high point. So these are the lighter areas. And by making them really light, it helps bring them forward. And then like areas like the side of the nose are recessed. So the darker contour is often used to help carve out cheeks. And that creates the illusion of it being ridged back, which gives the illusion of cheekbones. So that's what we're doing now, is contouring by using a light tone, and we will use a shadow tone to just go in there and make certain details pop and certain details recede. So sorry, I just keep hitting the mic there while I was picking out my pencils. I'm doing okay, just got back from walking my dog. Glad to hear that. Hopefully your dog is happy, having just gone for a walk. Oh, crack. Perfect. Right, and while we've got these colours out, we're going to use the black and the white just to pick up these tones of hair colour, because this is actually a really dark purple, and I do not have a coloured pencil that will match this colour. So rather than changing the colour of the hair, we're just going to use the black and white to pick out the details of the hair and leave this base colour as our main colour. So we'll just create that sort of shape and definition again. Add in where we have shadows, add in where we have highlights. And this is really good to do in the polychromos because they're such hard-tipped pencils. I can get a really sharp point, which helps with the strands of hair, giving that detail that they are individual strands. Somewhere around here I actually have a piece of sandpaper so I don't have to keep sharpening, where you can just scratch a bit of way of the tip of the pencil to get that really sharp tip. I went to the pet store today to pick up treats for my potatoes. Someone brought their bunny to store, another brought their African grey. Cute! I think the last time I went to a pet store was to pick up worm treatment for my mum. I just have no reason to go to a pet store. I'd still love to get like fish as well. I find fish so calming. I've always wanted a pet jellyfish. I have no idea how to take care of one, so I'd need a lot of research because I want to make sure I take care of them as best as possible, but my gosh, do jellyfish just intrigue me. So calming. Right, so there's our hair also done. I just want to put a bit of a sharper highlight around here. Perfect. There's our hair. You have a big fish tank. You love fish. Oh, so cute. Something about water is so calming to me. So one of the things I'll often put on overnight, depending on what's going on in my brain. Like if I'm having a lot of like intrusive thoughts and I can't shut up the brain, I will put on something that is like a television series or a series of something. At the moment, I've been rewatching The Tudors, which is a terrible reinterpretation of history, but it's like an old comfort series for me because I've watched that series so many times. Which you wouldn't think The Tudors and murder and history to be comforting, but I do really love that time period. And I read a lot of historical fiction around the Tudor period, so yeah, I do really enjoy that series. So that's been my current series, and just falling asleep watching these series. But if I am not having the intrusive thoughts, but I just want something to help calm the mind and keep it in place, then fishes in the water are a great one. And there's so many YouTube playlists of just like 12-hour-long videos of just fish floating in water and like different bits and pieces. There's even the category on Twitch, which is animals, pets and zoos, which is all like these certain places. Some people set up cameras in their fish tanks, or like there's one that follows an otter sanctuary and it's about protecting the otters. It's like there's some really cool zoo ones in there, and it's literally just the animals. So which, I mean, again, there's an ethical thing about using it, but at the same time, when it's like a zoo, not a zoo, but like a sanctuary that is looking after and they're creating awareness about the animals that they're protecting, that's really cool. Violacious, who may be looping in stream, has eagle cams, which are focused on eagles that are nesting and shows them in their natural environment. It doesn't disturb them, but it shows the process of these eagles nesting that is live for 9 months of the year, and that's really cool to see as well. I'm just looking for my chat box. There it is, because I realized that I changed the settings on Chatbox for another layout and it's adjusted it on this one. So let me make you bigger. I think we do it 18. Can someone just type some stuff in chat? Anything? Feel free to spam emotes. Let's get the emote wall going. Spam your emotes. Cool. Thank you, Streamlabs, for also helping out there. So I also need to adjust that sizing, but already it's looking a lot bigger. So it also changed the size of my chat. It's really annoying. There we go. Now that's looking better. Thank you. I love seeing all the emotes flying on the walls. It's really fun. Look at all the pencils! Right, my apologies. I should have set that up earlier. That was on my back of my mind to fix because I did change it for the collab stream. That didn't actually work. I had the chat much smaller in there because we had to fit it between two cameras. But I am curious to try that collab stream again at some point too. I also need to finish off painting my model at some point. I know you're planning on streaming some point today, Samsara, so I'm not sure what the plans are. Are we doing more Horizon Wets? It's definitely a lot better. I do apologize. I should have fixed it up earlier. Samsara pushing yes and. Excellent. I should actually make a yes and command. Although that being said, recruitment has nearly finished. Short and fun. Right, we're done on the blue. We're done on the blue. The only other thing I want to do to keep with the pink is to add some blush, but we'll do that when we do her dress, which would make sense to move on to her dress now because we're here with her dress. It's a fluval accent, not really that big, but in my small room it's pretty big. I'm guessing that's the fish. But that's cool. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, is where would I put the fish? Because everywhere in my lounge gets consistent sunlight, and I'm pretty sure getting a direct influx of sunlight on a fish tank is not great for it. So that would be the other thing. And like the only other place would be the bedroom, and currently there's not enough room in that bedroom to do that. So that would be my other big point. Right, so where's my actual colour charts? That would be logical. Let's be logical, Amy. There's your colour charts. Because you did kind of clean up your desk a little bit. I don't know why you've got a hair clip here. Right, where's my pinks? Because I want more purpley pinks for her and the flowers, but then we also need to think about peachy pinks to bring in the orange for the roof, which then transitions to the actual red oranges for the fox. So I'm thinking we'll be pulling these out for the fox, and then bringing in sort of more of these tones for the roof, and then we'll be using this side with the more pinky purples for the actual dress and flowers. So I need a dark. I need to redo my color charts as well because these are starting to fade a little bit. But I kind of want to redo all my color charts and get them all, like, right now my color charts are in different sizes, so I want to get them all consistently on one size. I've got a couple PDFs where they're like rings ones, so you can put them on a key ring and flip them through, and then I can just hang them on my trolley. Yeah. Supposed to be self-cleaning. That's the other thing, is, of course, with fish, is the cleaning of them. Although I do remember reading that you can also get specific snails that are really good for cleaning certain fish tanks as well, but it depends on the fish and the fish tank and that environment. And then also if you have like fish that are breeding, you have to keep them separate for when they're breeding, because certain fish will also eat the eggs that they lay, and which is great if you don't want more fish, but also yeah. I'm aware that it's a thing, and if I want to, I'm going to have to do a lot of work to get into learning about it, because the only pets I've had is cats. So cats I feel comfortable looking after, but I'm not allowed cats in here. And I wouldn't want to have cats in here. Like, I know you can have apartment cats, but I've always grown up with cats that can go outside and climb trees and have that space to run around. And I don't have that here, so... I feel like crimson is our main colour. I need a colour that's darker than crimson, but isn't purple. I think it's going to have to be the manganese violet that I pulled out. It's not really that much darker, but if I add some tones into it, like some the black that we've been using, so you really shouldn't shade with black. I should be shading with a dark grey if I have to shade with a darker grey colour. I could use some brown to shade, actually. That's not a bad idea. And that will tone in the brown of the trees as well. Let's pull out a brown. It might sound a bit weird, but that will tone in the trees, and we can reuse that in the fox as well and help bring in those colours. Because anywhere that we can reuse a colour that is already on the page also helps add to the sort of natural flow of the page and the like colours making sense, because the colour has been used previously. So we could pull out the light magenta, but I actually think the middle purple pink is going to be what we want. Pretty sure that's what I want. 119? No, that's light magenta. I want the middle purple pink. This is not in colour order. Light purple pink. No, we want 125. Here's 125. 135. 125. Oops. And then we could actually pull out 119 as a... No, we have the grey for the light. We will use that same warm grey that we used before. We'll add in the same tones. Boom. Done. Alright, there's our pinks. So, let's get started. Pretty sure if it snails in a tank, you will not have snails in your tanks. Oh. Alright, the rest of these are pretty sharp, so we're good. Just needed to sharpen up that brown a little bit. And let's just start adding in our base tone brown. So I just went and shaded along the bottom here, but that's actually wrong, because that's going to be a glow effect. So that's going to add a lot of interesting challenges. We've got glow coming from the side, glow from the side, glow around here. So this is actually going to be in shadow up here from her wings. which are not going to be glowing. I think I'm going to pull out my gold for the wings. And I could pull out the gold and do her dress details in gold, and that will bring that all together too. Okay, it's starting to come together. And that same gold is what I could do for the spots on the mushrooms, so the mushrooms glow with that same sort of magic. I like it. I like it. Okay. Pet stores don't check their stocks and you end up getting snails somehow. Living tank glitter. Oh my god, I love that. I love that. I need to change my nickname on Discord to Amy Get the Glitter. Because that was a joke that Samsara made and it's just stuck with me and I love it. Amy Get the Glitter board is just so appropriate. So again, we're starting with our darks. So there'll be a little bit of shadow in here because the fox is actually blocking part of us. I actually had a request on YouTube to make a video about how I work out light and different directional light. So that's something that I'm really hoping to film probably next month because I have, let's bring out Rooms of Wonder. If I can get in the shelf. Oh my god, it's so packed. So packed with the new colouring books. Ugh. I have this book by Joanna Batsford, Rooms of Wonder, but there's a lot of pages like this. In fact, this would be a good one to do because I've already based a lot of this, so this could work. But I was thinking for one of these pages as well. So she's got a lot of these pages, which she calls Small Victories. She has a new colouring book coming out where it's a lot of this sort of stuff, where it's just small individual items. And it's like, this is really perfect in terms of a page to go in and show directional light, but then also light from like if something was glowing. So I can like do one where the light is here, one where the light is here, one where the light is directly on, one where the light is coming from behind. And then start showing like, you know, what happens if you're got an object, like if this was glowing, how does this affect this? Or, you know, what happens with like when you're starting to place shadows and the light that reflects from it underneath, and what happens when you've got two sources of light. And it's a lot of like, I can see actually using a few of these pages to explain that because they're small images and that can be a good series to film. And again, hopefully we'll get a few videos pre-filmed that I can do quickly to help in May when I've got quite a few things on. Because one of my favorite things to do is when something is glowing and the light that it casts off it. So yeah, like showing like what happens if the object itself is the light source and then how that affects the object next to it. So we're doing the same thing as before, where we are just laying down the colour. And again, because I use those Inktense pencils as a base, I don't even have to be as pedantic as I might have been if I didn't have that base down, because this just helps with the colour placements so much. Because I don't have to cover the entire tooth of the paper because a lot of it is already done. And I like doing, if I'm doing reflected light, so as when I say reflected light, I'm talking about because the mushrooms are going to be a light source for us. So there's going to be green glow in her dress, there's going to be green glow over here. I like doing those in Prismacolors because they are a creamy pencil that is quite opaque. So when I did the moss, I coloured the moss in the polychromos, which lays down really easily but has a slight bit of translucency, so easy to layer colours together because they're an oil-based pencil. And then I take my Prismacolors, which are a wax-based pencil and quite opaque, and then just lay that on top, and that allows us to get that pop of colour on the edge, and I don't have to worry about smushing too much because it just kind of works really well. I know some people who are like, no, you must, if you use polychromos, you must stick with polychromos throughout the whole page. And I'm like, God, no. Mix your pencils, use them to your advantage. Right now we have 4 types of pencil on the page because we have Inktense, we have Albert Durers, we have polychromos, and we have Prismacolor. If I'm explaining all this and you've got no clue what I'm talking about as well, please feel free to ask. Please feel free to make me clarify, because so much of this is just auto to me. Geez, how's it already been that much time? Time is moving so fast. Alright, let's add in some highlights. You'd have a bit of highlight around here from those mushrooms. You're a bit of highlight around here from these mushrooms. Bring out that middle purple pink again. Actually, you're a fold, so you'd have a second edge highlight there. Again, I will go in and add in the green, but I'm just using the white to help block out colour, so I know where to add the green because we're doing the green afterwards. And then we have some little petals that are also flying around, and the petals are technically the same colour as the dress. So rather than using the same colours and not really being able to see it all that much, we're going to use the bright pink that we used on the moss. I'm going to pull out that white and just lighten these couple of petals with the white. There's a whole flower floating here. There's also a couple of bubbles, but we'll go into that in a moment. These could technically be leaves, but I'd rather do them as pink flowers. So that one on her dress, we're probably not going to see all that much, but I'll just blend this out a bit more. I might even pull out the baby pink. Where'd you go? Are you under the board? Yes, you are. And there goes a pencil on the floor. What colour dropped on the floor? The brown. Of course. Where'd you go? Where did you go? Where is my cell phone? It's into the void. There you are. Best $5. So good. Claw machine time. Cool. Apparently my mum is also lurking in chat. So, hi mum. She's on her phone, not the computer, so she can't talk. But, hi. Right. Okie dokie. Cool. so there's that one sharpened. Make our little petals pop. Cool, so now we've got a whole bunch of flowers to work on. Yay. I don't actually mind flowers too much, so they're alright. I'll just add in a bit more purple because it's feeling very pink around here, and this will also help these little flower petals pop out a bit more if we add a bit more purple around them. There's also a couple of like bubbles and stuff like that, but I think I'll be going back over with a white Posca for the bubbles. It tends to be how I do a lot of these sort of things, so. Alright, let's get onto these flowers. Start with our center shadows. So I'm kind of ignoring the center dot and we're just working from the center out for the shadows, and I'm kind of extending them along the ridges of the petals where the petals overlap, and anywhere where there's an overlap of the flower will also get shadow, like up here. That petal is in shadow. Dropped out. We're still plugged in. We are flicking in and out. Okay, it looks like I'm reloading there. Hopefully you can all hear me now. My Ethernet just decided to drop out again, despite us replacing the Ethernet cord. So we've switched back to Wi-Fi again. Oh no. Yeah. Hey Mello, perfect timing. Yep, I've lost Ethernet again. I still have Wi-Fi, but the Ethernet is gone. So I do apologize for that little dropout. I'm hoping you can all hear me now. Yeah, so right now I'm seeing that my Wi-Fi is there, it's connected and secured, but there's no Ethernet connection at all. And of course it's going to try to start playing ads. So we're just going to snooze that because we have 15 minutes of pre-roll off. So we'll just snooze that a couple of times. And hope... yeah. I did not get through to the ISP because of the 2-hour wait on Saturday, and then when I did my little test stream we didn't have any more dropouts, so it seemed to be alright. But yeah, this is the first time it's happened again, and see now the Ethernet is back. It's found the Ethernet again. So I don't know if that's going to make us completely drop out again or what. Also, now my Streamlabs chat is not updating, which means the screen is not updating. Yeah, at this point, I suspect it is the router. I'm just going to go over here, and over here, and here, and here. And then let's just see if we can get this chat to get going. Nope, it's not going to let me chat on there at all. I can see chat on my dashboard. I can't see chat in my OBS. Yeah, at this point I suspect it's the router. The router is being an absolute poop. We're back up to excellent though. And now the Wi-Fi has gone. I mean, the Ethernet has gone again. Oh my god. And it switched back to Wi-Fi. Yeah. I'm still here. Fantastic. Thank you, Mello. I really appreciate that. It switched back to Wi-Fi. We went back to Ethernet for a while and then we went back to Wi-Fi. Yeah, at this point, like, the only thing that's logically making sense is the connection port in the box itself. I could try another port for the Ethernet, because we are back in port 4 because of me being an idiot and having the... I'm sorry, Smalt. My computer decided that the Ethernet does not exist again. And when it does that, it freaks out and puts us onto a Wi-Fi, but then it reconnects the stream. Because I have the thing where if I go offline for a couple of seconds, it will kind of just put me into limbo for a couple of seconds and then find the internet again. So if there's a drop, it's meant to limbo me. But the Ethernet to Wi-Fi drop is too long, so it thinks it's a disconnect. Yeah, and then we found the Ethernet again, and now we're switched back to Wi-Fi, which the Wi-Fi still works. I still have good Wi-Fi, so we are holding for the moment. So we're just going to wait and see. And hope for the best, but I think I'm going to have to call my ISP provider tomorrow. Yeah. There's a couple other things. Okay, yep, I am very, very happy to do that, especially if it avoids me sitting on the phone for 2 hours with my internet provider. Anything to avoid that. Yeah, it really does. Which I think could also be explaining why I've been having like issues in certain things with like sending through, like my mic's not picking up on Discord at times, and I was thinking maybe it's just my mic, but then I was thinking, well, maybe it's actually the internet dropping out for a second and Discord going, well, we're not sending any sound because you've got no internet. Because people do occasionally freeze, and I've got videos that I'll watch and they just freeze. Yeah. And so now we're connecting back to Ethernet, apparently. So Wi-Fi to Ethernet, there's no issue. It doesn't drop us out there. But if it drops from Ethernet to Wi-Fi, it can drop out very quickly. And see, this is why I think the dual stream wasn't working, because the dual stream obviously takes a lot of internet, and I'm usually very consistent with my internet, so it was something that I could do, but the instant I disconnect, it disconnects me from the dual stream thing, and then reconnecting takes a minute. It's not a quick thing to reconnect to, that collab cam, so... And I want to do collab cam. I want to finish off this painting, but I don't know if I can do that while it's being so screwy. Because, yeah, we have checked the drivers. The internet drivers on my laptop are fine. We've replaced the cord, so it's not the cord. So the next step is the actual, the box where the Ethernet plugs into. Because obviously I've still got internet because I've got the Wi-Fi, but it's a bit inconsistent while streaming. And if it does keep happening, yes, the chat box did ghost. Thank you for that. The only thing I can think of is is to replace the box. I think that's the words I'm trying to say. Wow, Streamlabs is just not finding the chat box either. Oh. It would be today that I'm like, I've got a day where I don't have to work. I can stream for ages. And then everything's like, yeah, nah. We are coming up to an ad break, so I think a part of me is tempted to actually disconnect, fully close Streamlabs, fully reopen Streamlabs, but at the same time also pull out my Ethernet cord and only stream on Wi-Fi if it keeps doing this little drop out, drop in. I'm just going to watch. We still have 7 minutes till the next ad break because I'll snooze again. Might need to see if we can see logs on your router. If you... Oh, look, there we go. There we go, the chat box backs. Yeah, it wanted to play another ad, but I had snoozers, so I've snoozed it, because I still had it still kept the pre-rolls off, because it does track when the last pre-roll, like, until I close off the dashboard, even when I end stream, I still have that pre-roll counter going, so I just hit the 5-minute snooze 3 times, which means that's all my snoozers, but it will just snooze it for a while. All good, Mello. I really appreciate it, hun. Yeah, I'll talk to you and Samsara after at some point and just be like, please help me. If you can explain to me how to pull up the logs, I'll pull up the logs and we can look into it. Because then it would be a lot easier to also ring 2 degrees with this and say, hey, this is what's going on. Yeah, pretty much. You said it, Samsara. It was just waiting for Samsara. We'll try a couple other things first, and the logs will help with 2 degrees. Thank you, hun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so grateful to my smart friends. Get yourself some smart friends who know what they're doing. Because yeah, from memory, the things that we have done is we've checked the drivers, we've replaced the cord, so the next logical step is the box. Because it's obviously not a power issue, because that was the other thing I was thinking, is maybe it's a power issue, because my pendant box is right next to my Ethernet box, and while they're not in the same direct plug, because the Ethernet is into a multi-port while the pendant alarm is direct into the wall, it is the same. It's like a double socket in the wall. So that was the other thing I was thinking is, oh, maybe it's like a power issue. But I don't lose Wi-Fi when this happens. I just lose Ethernet. So maybe it's the port itself, or maybe it's the box. So I probably should actually switch ports and try a different port. And see if I can get better, consistent, like maybe the port is just damaged or something. I don't know. I don't know enough about computers to know if that logic is sensible. That makes logical sense to me. Cool, so the other thing I'm going to do with these flowers is pull out wonderful Poscas, because Poscas are fantastic, and I should really buy some more because I've been using them so much lately in this tiny little size that I got. Where's my tiny yellow? There's my tiny yellow. This is why I didn't worry about going over the center of the flowers, because it's easy enough to bring back out. And there's our little very simple but effective enough flowers to cover what we need. And just make sure that we've got a bit of darkness behind them, and anywhere where I scribbled over areas, because my hands are terrible, just use the white to clean up. But I think we're good, and I just noticed that there's a whole couple of flowers over here that we entirely missed, so we'll just quickly do the same thing again, and that should take us right up to the ad break, and then we can start on the more specialty flowers over here. And while we're at ad break, I would love for you to all think of what colors we should do these two creatures. We've got a little squirrel up here too, but we have a little lizard with a crown chilling on the rock here. So when I pull out the gold for the wings and all those little touches, you can colour his crown in gold as well. But what colour should our little friend on the rock be? Because I like asking you for your opinions on colour. Alright, so we are about to head into an ad break. So let's do our little dots, and I'm going to take this opportunity to go to the bathroom. I do appreciate you all sitting through the ad break. It is not only our little relaxation time, it's a free way to support me. Make sure you stretch and hydrate. I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Ow. And to those of you that get the secret behind the scenes, I'm popping to the bathroom, so I will be back in a minute. Where's my actual break time? There's my break time. Boom. Right, I'll see you all in a couple minutes. am sorry. Oh. Just catching up on some messages while we wait for ads to finish, which they have now done. Thank you so much for sitting through the ads. I really, really do appreciate it. You are free. Welcome back. Welcome back again. I really do appreciate it. It gets rid of those dreaded pre-rolls, which I absolutely hate, but also it is just that wonderful reminder once an hour for me to stop and actually stretch. And I've not hydrated. I don't think I've hydrated at all during stream, so I really should do that. And just do some self-care, because it is important to stop every hour, and it does allow me to stream a lot more comfortably as well. So, and it is a free way to support me, because I do earn some money from these ads. So I don't know if you remember back in the day, Smalt, when they first introduced ads to Twitch and you could earn bits by sitting through ads, and we used to like continually refresh to see when we could get an ad so that we could watch the ad and then throw the bits at somebody. Back in the day when you chose when you wanted to watch an ad. But they didn't have the pre-roll ads or anything then. It was just you chose when to watch an ad. There is a Lehman's Poison Dart Frog. Let's look it up. Lehman's Poison. Oh, that's not how you spell poison. He keeps wanting to bring up builders. Poison frog. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. We've got orange and black. Which we could bring in the orange of the fox and then do like a brown black, which would tie in the brown of the trees again. So that could work very well. That's a cool suggestion. And that would help, because at the moment the orange is just there, and I do need a way to bring the orange around here, which we do have a random flower just there as well. I've still got to figure out. But for now, let us do these little individual flowers. I should really be working this way, not that way. I don't know why. Well, I know why I started that way, because I want to start with her dress and get her dress coloured in. We also have the castle to do as well, but we'll do the castle afterwards. For now, we'll just work on... Ember! Hello! Hello, hello, hello. How are you going, huh? It's wonderful to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome back with your glorious rainbow hearts. Alright, so right now we're just working on the pink elements. So trying to get all these pink flowers done, and then we'll move on to the castle as well. And we're just talking colours for this little lizard chilling on this little rock here. And the Lehman's Poison Frog colours were just suggested, which could actually be really cool to do a black and orange striped lizard. Tying it in with the orangey colours that we'll use for the fox, which also helps bring that colour in another format as well. I just totally skipped a shade colour there. I realised that yesterday I talked... Oh, a hilarious bumper sticker. What bumper sticker was this? Yes, it's funny how a few of us just bounce around the same streams consistently, but also, you know, I love it as well. We have a little community that just follows through a few places. The bumper said, crochet me happy, you not so much. Crochet makes me happy, you not so much. Ah, accurate. Accurate. I like that. That's really good. So I just coloured in this one, and I forgot to take into consideration where the actual flower petals are, because I shaded it all along the bottom, and actually it would be getting a bit of light across here. So we'll just pretend that there's a high point here, and that's where the light is catching. And then that would actually be a bit shaded along the top. Ugh, that was dumb, Amy. Right, same thing again. We're going to start from the center, and this one we have to be considerate of the fact that these undersides of petals would actually be glowing due to the mushroom underneath. So we'd have some interesting shading coming through on there, not so much on these ones on the side. But there would be some shading coming through from that mushroom. Do, 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 do. And then shadows, and then because here we see a little bit more of the core of these daisies, more than just we see up here, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to use the brown and just shade it in. Then we're going to take our Posca and just dot with our Posca. So like that's actually what's in the center of the flowers, but because those other flowers are so far away we don't see the center, so we just see a little dot. Yes, we do appreciate people who sit through the ads, because again, a little bit of support for the channel. I can go tell you the exact amount of support if you like. I'm more than happy. I don't keep any of that hidden because you're all being so kind and sitting through the ads for me. So I'm more than happy to share my ad revenue information with you, because I think it's also important to be transparent, which is why I do acknowledge the fact that I do earn from ads, but I also use that money to help support the channel. So because I'd still stream even if I didn't earn ad revenue, because I enjoy it, but I do earn ad revenue from the ad breaks. They are primarily done for the fact that they give me that once an hour break reminder, because when I play like game streams and I can't see the ad manager, so I turn off the ads, the like blah, blah, blah. I don't know where I was going with that brain thought. That just completely left the brain. The ads for bits, yeah. It was hard being in New Zealand because I got so few that I could watch, and so like just consistently refreshing to see when I got one that I could watch and then earn those, you know. You get up to 10 bits, 20 bits. I can't remember. I don't think I got more than 20 bits for an ad. But it was a good little payout. It was a good way to... Most of the time it was just a few bits, so... I tell you what, we definitely don't get paid that much for ads now. So yeah, as an affiliate running ads once an hour, I earn a 55% share revenue of the ad revenue, whatever that means. But basically, most of the times during stream, I get about 30 cents from ad revenue, which is not a lot, but again, it builds up. It just sits in a pool until I reach $50 and then I get a payout. And the payouts happen at a certain date each month. So if you meet that threshold before that date, which is the 12th of May, and I think I am being very close to a payout total. So I may get a payout next month. We'll see. We'll see. And that's all due to everybody's wonderful support and the lovely subscribers, the gift subscriptions, the bits in that have been donated, but also just because of y'all hanging through the ads and sitting through the ads. So very much appreciated. So again, we've got to be mindful of where our light is, because we've got some some glowing mushrooms over there. So, but yeah, I'm still deciding what to put the next payout into. Part of me is tempted to buy some more supplies, the pencils that I've been stocking up on. I just realized I missed a whole bunch of moss over here, so we're just going to quickly color in that moss. But yes, I would like to get some more pencils. I tend to leave the payouts, I primarily want to use them for things that will improve stream, the quality of stream, so like lights or the microphone or something along those lines is what I prefer to do. But I did, a big purchase recently was the webcam. Changing over the webcam to the better webcam for the art was a big purchase, and I made that personally, so it's like maybe I'll transfer over. Exactly, and when I'm there watching a streamer, I'm more than happy to sit through ads, because I myself know how financially tight it can be for people because of being minimally employed. So I'm very happy to sit there and watch ads to support my favorite streamers and just people in general, because it's like, you're doing the time to do this. I recognize that, and like, I can't throw money at you, so I can give you my time, and that's sitting through the ads for you. Which is a big reason why I'm not so much a fan of the pre-roll ads, because like, I like to check out, when I'm discovering new people, I like to check out the vibes of their stream first and make sure it's somewhere where I want to hang and support them. But if I find a place that I like and I want to hang and support them, then I'm there and I will watch all your ads for you. So I am much prefer the mid-rolls than the pre-rolls. Let me come in, let me check you out. Enjoy your vibes? Cool, I'm hanging. Not quite my cup of tea? I'm bouncing. Pretty much though, if you stream colouring and colouring books and I see you, I'm there. It's like an instant. The instant I see somebody working in a colouring book, like even when it's like the French or Korean artists that come on, and I'm like, I don't understand a word you're saying, but I'll still be there because I like watching it. Oh. Anything that improves the quality of life will have a positive effect of stream. Exactly. Yeah, these still like recently I brought these headphones. They were meant to be Bluetooth, but turns out the Bluetooth for my laptop is a problem in itself as well. Yeah. Probably what I should do is just create a fund that I don't touch and just start saving it, because I need to replace the laptop. It's probably the most logical thing, is I just need to find a way to not touch it. I just find that instant I have money, something happens and I have to call on the money. Like, I did some colouring drawings for a rule book for an acquaintance, and I was like, yes, excellent. Got a deal to do it, got a bit of cash as a thank you. And in that week, a bunch of shit happened, and I had to use that entire payment to make rent, because I was not going to make rent otherwise. And it was like, money in, money out. Feels like it every time. Sometimes I... Oh, it's valid though, you know, if somebody's waking you up, you're gonna feel a bit grumpy. Someone disturbs me during my nap. Alright, so we're gonna use this black just to shade around behind the flowers to help them pop a bit. Ooh, pardon me. So this is one where we don't actually have any mushrooms affecting it, so we're just adding in the colour. And we go boom, boom, boom. Let's clean up those dots so they're actually dots. Boom. Alright, so we've got this one here which overflows 2 pages, so this is going to be a bit awkward. And we also have a direct light source here, so a little bit of shadow, but most of this is reflected green light. Cool. That's that page except for the castle done. So just got a couple more flowers along here, and then all the flowers are done. And this is a bit easier because a lot of these are not affected by the mushrooms. So we just do the general light source. Sorry, I don't know if the mic is picking this up. This is my pendant alarm power box. It's, yeah. It's yelling at me because it thinks there's no power in it. It has got power, it's just the box failing again. been so tired lately, but I'll try resting later. Just wish I could fully sleep at night. Could be the coffee. There's also, when was the last time that you had a general physical? Have you checked your iron, your folate, your vitamin D? Few different things can also affect your energy levels. So, yeah. Yes, but coffee is also a big thing for a lot of people. Well, it makes you tired. It did pick up the power pendant jingle. Yeah, the do 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 do. Please check the power supply. 2 cups isn't bad, but it's also depending on when you consume it as well. Because they say you shouldn't have coffee like at least 6 hours before you go to bed. I am not one to comment on coffee because, like, I might have already had 6 cups of coffee and an energy drink. And I will fully still be able to go down for a nap if I have coffee. You still have 4 fresh eggs. Heck yeah. Are they going to be used in ramen, or are they going to be used as scrambled eggs, or something else entirely? Oh, right. Let's do a little stretchy stretch. To be better and also drink some water. I've drunk very little water today. But you're going to eggs. Go to eggs. Go eggs. Eggy. 1 eggy. Ugh. So good. Yes, I still have half my scrambled eggs breakfast in the fridge, which I will chuck into a sandwich when I feel like I need some lunch, and I will have a egg sandwich. I think I'm out of lettuce. I think the only greens I've got at the moment is bok choy, but I do have cucumber. That'll be good. I'll put some cucumber in there and just have an egg and cucumber sandwich. Scramble with maybe some hams. Yes. I've kind of been defensive about caffeine. I wouldn't normally see patients who use caffeine. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not meant to, but also I don't understand how I'm meant to exist without it. Like, I would be asleep 24/7. They are still investigating a few things for me regarding why I'm being so tired all the time. Because, like, since the iron infusion, I'm definitely feeling a little bit better, but I'm already feeling tired again. Like, one of the things that one of the stupid doctors, no, not stupid, I should use better terminology. One of the not so helpful doctors was like, maybe you should drink less caffeine. I'm like, no. Let's go back to my actual doctors and be like, yeah, I'm tired all the time and I'm relying on caffeine to function on the daily. So can we please look at these things? And then we did the folate check, which I do take a folate injection every month, because your B vitamins can affect your tiredness, your iron can affect your tiredness, and then, yeah, different other things as well. So, you know, like, yes, having caffeine can affect your ability to sleep, but also other things can factor into it as well. So I am aware I drink too much caffeine per day. I should not be drinking this much caffeine, but I also am aware that I have a pain condition that prevents me from getting good night's sleep. I am chronically tired all the time, and there's also some underlying stuff going on that I'm not ready to talk about here yet, but as we figure it out, I will start talking about it. So if anyone comes in and goes, oh my god, that's so much caffeine, it's like, yeah. But my heart is checked almost monthly, and my heart is fine. My blood pressure is fine. My kidneys are great. So, we're fine for the moment. Long term, not a good solution. It's like when I slipped and went into hospital. So one of the pills that I currently take is metformin. Metformin is usually used for patients with diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is a managing of the sugars. Now, my sugars are fantastic. Again, I work in a blood lab laboratory. So your hemoglobin glycosylate, which is your HbA1c, is your blood sugars test. And rather than like a pinprick or a glucose test where it tests your blood sugars is what's in your sugars right now, it is your blood sugar that is stored in your red blood cells. So it's a free monthly overview of your HbA1c. And so you want under 41, one of those two. But under those two is either no sign of diabetes, or if you've been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, is excellent control of diabetes. My last one came up as 41, yes, thank you, because I have 31. I've been 31 consistently. My last one was 29. That's why I'm getting the numbers mixed up, because I've got 31 in my head. Because when I went into hospital, my last test had been 31. But despite not having it, I'm on metformin, and I'm on metformin because I have polycystic ovary syndrome, which is where I have cysts growing on my ovaries, and it causes insulin resistance. So I take metformin to help with the insulin resistance, because it again is about processing sugars in the blood. So this is a way to process the sugars in my blood because my ovaries block it. But I went into hospital after a fall, and of course the nurse was like, they take down a list of all my medications, including metformin, and then I get admitted into the wards. And so this nurse comes around, she brings around a finger pricker. She's like, okay, we've got to take your blood sugars. I'm like, oh, okay, why's that? And she's like, oh, because you've got diabetes. I'm like, no, I don't. She's like, you're on metformin. I'm like, yes, I'm on metformin for polycystic ovaries, but I do not have diabetes. She's like, no, you're on metformin, so you clearly have diabetes, because this is why doctors prescribe it. And I'm like, no, my HbA1c is 31. I am on metformin because I have polycystic ovaries, and it is a management tool for polycystic ovaries that helps regulate periods, but also manages the insulin resistance. She's like, no, you're clearly diabetic. I'm filling out the diabetes form. And I'm like, okay, I will let you do your finger prick. You can take my blood sugars. You'll see it's absolutely fine. But I want you to then go and find somebody and ask them about metformin for polycystic ovaries, because if you go and look at my records, you will see I have never been diagnosed with diabetes. If you go and talk to somebody about this, you will see that metformin is a means of managing polycystic ovaries. Whoops, we have moved off the playlist and we're moving into... Nope. Copyrighted music. Wonderful song, copyrighted music. So yeah, she did her finger prick. Sugars were fantastic, as I knew they would be, because I'm very consistent about it. And then she went away. And then she came back 2 hours later. She's like, oh, so polycystic ovaries, huh? And I'm like, yep. She's like, okay. And then takes out the diabetes tracker that's in my file and just shoves it in the back. But then, because I was in a hospital for so long, just continually oh, diabetes? I'm like, no, check the notes, there's a thing in there, not diabetic, ignore this form, because they had to keep the form in the file. So yeah, just consistently come on. Right. That's my thoughts. Yeah, it does treat migraines, and caffeine is also for people with ADHD. Helps them fall asleep. Yeah, unfortunately with doctors and health, you have to be your biggest advocate. And it is very hard when you do not have the spoons to be an advocate, but you have to be your biggest advocate for it. Which is the worst one of the worst things about mental health, because you are not in the place to be a advocate, you know. And unless you've got that support network around you that can be your advocate and be actively researching and going, right, we need this. Yeah, like so I've talked about before with my ankylosing spondylitis journey and the process to get diagnosed. And there's a full thing on my YouTube channel about the process of doing it. And at the time, how I had to keep pushing because my regular GP was away, and I had to keep pushing with a locum to try and even get some more help, and it was not being given. I was just given narcotics, and it wasn't until my regular GP came back, and the instant that she saw me, she went, holy crap, something's not going on. Her exact words were, holy shit, Amy, this is not you. Like, that was her words in the waiting room when she first saw me. So, you know, and it's the same thing with when, like, I have a support team around me. I have a lot of things that I can access, but I also have to be the one to go, hey, I need this, you know, like, hey, I'm clearly not getting any better and things are getting a lot worse. I don't want to have to keep going to the doctor and getting medical certificates every 3 months. Can we, you know, can you do me an extended medical so I can move on to permanent disability with the government? I can tell this medication's not working. Here is a complete 3-month tracking history of my daily pain scores. Clearly this medication is not working as effectively as it is. I want to be moved to a more frequent medication cycle. And the fact that you have to push for that, yeah, you have to be your biggest advocate, and it is tiring. It is exhausting. And last year I did not have the spoons to advocate for myself, so I existed, and that's how it worked. But yeah, I just pushed through, and I just focused on finishing school and consisting on work, and that was it. That was all my goals last year. And then this year, one of my goals is to be better managing my health, which is working, because I am being more active about it and being like, I need this, which is helping find these answers. And now I have managed to get myself onto getting iron infusions instead of taking my pills, which I've been trying to do for 2 years. We're starting to investigate these other things, and the next big step I need to push for, I think I could actually start pushing for it now. I need to look for my calendar. I had to reach a certain amount of months on a 10-day injection cycle. We're heading into May, so we would be coming up 3 months since I've moved to a 10-day injection cycle, so that I can now push to, because I need to see orthopedics about my foot to figure out the damage to my foot from the fall and my ankylosing spondylitis. Orthopedics won't touch me until we get the inflammation and disease under control. It's never going to be fully under control, but it is getting to a point where it is functional, and I'm clearly not showing inflammation. I'm being attacked in other areas, but I'm not showing inflammation. So now I can go back to my rheumatologist and go, right, we're at a point where we're getting the best we're going to get. I'm functioning. Let's move on. Let's get me to ortho so that they can start looking at my foot, so that I can get off the walking frame. Yeah. But yes, hello Fud. Hello. I hope you got some sleep. You did a big sleepy. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Big sleepy is good. I got a couple hours sleep, which is a big sleepy for me. I've just dropped another pencil. I really shouldn't keep the pencils there. At least I can see this one without the torch. Ow. Right, we have one more lot of flowers to do. So let's get this done. We have a little bit of a mushroom glow. So let's get this done, and then all our flowers are done, and we can move on to that castle and know that we've finished off another colour. I did get a big sleep, so only woke up now. Heck yeah. Got that charity stream playing. Heck yeah. It was a good place to raid into. I really enjoyed
that I just did not have the energy to stay up because I was done by that point. It took me a little bit to get to sleep, but I also needed to have a shower to get all the makeup and stuff off my face. So, yeah, it's a good place to read into. It's funny, until, like, I used to only follow art streams on here, and now more and more my feed is like, we suggest these streamers. I'm like, they're all game streamers. Where are my colouring book artists? But it's okay. I don't mind. It keeps suggesting Hollow Knight as a game that I should stream because apparently I watch a lot of Hollow Knight people, and I'm like, yes, okay, I watch like a few of the regular streamers that I watch play Hollow Knight on the regular, so I understand why you're suggesting this, but also, like, have you seen how little I'm in the game category? Like, it's not a common game thing for me. I would love to continue Jade Empire. I'm itching to play Jade Empire some more. Okay, back to my eggs. Heck yeah, eggs. Yeah. I could never play Hollow Knight either. I'm not a platformer gamer. I am a narrative storyteller game. I love Detroit. I love Jade Empire. I love anything where there's a wonderful story. I wouldn't mind playing Fable again as well. Knights of the Old Republic. Oh. And I've been getting back into The Sims a little bit as well. And part of me is tempted that if by some miracle I could finish this page, I could do some Sims today. Because again, don't have work. Also, your colouring page looks awesome. Thank you. We need to get it finished. I've got, again, I try to do 6.3 pages per month. I have 2 pages completed. I have this one at this stage. I have the Rainbow Mushies nowhere near completed. Which, yeah, I've got the colours of the Rainbow Mushies down. I've still got to do all the shading on them. I've still got to glitify them. I love this one though, but oh my god, there's so much work to do on this one, and I don't see myself finishing this one this month. Like, I want to. I'm going to try pushing it more. I'm going to try and at least finish the mushrooms. But yeah, I really suspect this is going to be the first month where I don't hit my 6.3. I have another double page spread that I've been working on as well. That's got a bit of, I don't know why I'm pushing over there, the book's over here. I have this spread as well that I've been working on, but again, there's still a lot of work to go into this one. I haven't finished basing it. I've done none of the shading. It's all just a couple bits of basing it right now. So the amount of work to finish this one as well is a lot. So yeah, I really suspect this is going to be the first month I don't hit 6.3. So I would like to get more than 2 complete though. So trying to get more of this done today. Speaking of, let's move on to this castle, because that's where we're at. Also, I am debating, because she's got all these little patterns on her dress, and I was going to pull them out with gold, but it's going to be very difficult for me to do these tiny gold details, possibly. I might be able to. I'll use a very tiny brush. I could also pull it out with the Posca, but then it's going to have no shading. The gold would probably be prettier. We'll probably do gold. Also, we were going to do some blushies. That's the wrong colour. We're doing purple. Yeah, purple's the right colour. Little bit of blushies, colour in the lips, blushies on the cheeks, blushies on the ears, because ears are actually blushed. So blushing occurs on our cheeks, but also anywhere our skin is thin. So that is actually ears
I like to put a little bit around the shoulder and the elbow, because your elbow is usually a little redder, and then a little bit across the fingers. I just find it really cute when the fingers are like slightly blushed. And also it's a face, so you know, can't be wrong. And then we'll add a little bit across the nose. And we'll just use that. And again, this is probably a detail that nobody's ever going to see except for me because it's so close up. But I know it's there and it makes me happy. And a little bit of highlight back on the nose, because little dots on the nose are cute. Right. Castle. Getting there. This will be all the pink done. So now we have no mushrooms to counteract the reflect on, but the sky is also a light source, so that's just our general diffuse light source. Yeah, might color later when I'm a bit more work. Heck yeah, I hope so. Love to see what you're working on. Right, let's start with all these shadows. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to shade the center of this because there would be some outside glow because we're doing that sort of backlit effect. Not necessarily. It's just a different tone. Generally speaking, the pink is a little darker than the skin tone itself. It depends on what sort of blush you also want to do. Like, do you want it to just look like a little bit of natural blushing? Do you want it to look like they're wearing blusher? Do you want a makeup look? Do you want a subtle look? So with polychromos, for example, actually no. It also depends on the skin tone of the character and the undertone of the character as well. Like, I don't have one particular color that I use for blush. It's really dependent on the skin tone. I try not to do like a too much darker color because like it's not a shadow. It's just a warmth across the skin. Shadows are like the contour. So if I was doing a face and I'm trying to create, because faces are flat and I'm trying to create shape, I will do a contour under the cheek to create that natural cheekbone. And then if I was to grayscale the colors, which you can do on your camera, on your phone, which is a wonderful way to work out if you need contrast. Let me just make sure I'm opening up the camera. So if you've got the, like, you know, you take your photo and you go edit your photo and you find a grayscale filter, you can see in here we've got a lot of contrast because that's what we want to create shadow and definition. You can see on the grass here that the light, the pink is a light tone, it's a contrasting color. So if we're to take a photo of her face where I put the blush, and then we edit that. So right now, I don't know how well this is going to be picking up on screen, but there is a slight amount of tinting around her face. But if I grayscale this should really not be all that noticeable because it's the same sort of toning. Just save that so I can zoom back in. So when I zoom back in, the blush tone is very similar to the rest of her skin tone. It's not really a contrasting color. It's just a different shade of a color, but it's not a darker or a lighter. I hope that makes sense to you. It's just a different tone. I will try to pull out a warmer tone to blush with, because generally it is warmer and the skin tone is cooler. And again, shadows are cooler. Blush, because it generally does go on high points, is usually a little bit warmer because warm also projects forward, so it will also help give a shape to the face and the warmth of bringing it forward. But it's not like a highlight. So again, using my makeup as an example, I don't have full contour on today, so it's not the best way to show you, but I can show you the planes of the face. So you can see I've got a little bit of a natural contour here, and you can see my contour under the cheek, my natural chin line. So that is a contour. That is in shadow. That is a slightly cooler tone, so that recedes away. Now we obviously have a clear extreme highlight because I do use highlighter. The camera does tend to wash me out a lot, so I do use a highlighter to help project certain things forward, just especially as I go small on a screen. Just helps to bring things forward. So I will use a highlighter to bring forward my nose, to not make this look very bulbous and flat, which is what happens on camera. It actually just looks very flat and wide. I put a little dot of highlighter in the center, and that brings it forward and makes it look more rounded and circular, that's the word. The blush is a hue shift, not a tonal shift. That is a very excellent way to put it, Small. Yeah. So similar things on the cheek. Normally, if I'm doing a full face with contour, there is a little bit of shadow in here, and that would create the illusion that there is more definition to the cheek. Particularly if I've got very bright lights on me, I will put in a bit of contour to just help bring that forward, to bring that back. Then we've got our little bit of warmth here, but this is just purely a hue shift because, again, the camera washes me out and keeps me very flat, and we have a bit of warmth across our cheeks naturally. So this just brings that color back in that is washed back out. And then we've got our high point, which is the top of the cheek, which is where my highlighter is, again, used to help project that forward, just to help balance me out on camera. I don't wear makeup every day. I wear makeup on camera to just help bring those bits forward, so I'm a bit more clearer on the screen. I don't technically have foundation on. I have a little bit of green on me just to counteract some red, because again, green is the opposite of red, so that just helps counteract some of my redness, but I don't worry about full face. I do frame my eyebrows because my glasses also catch a lot of light, so you lose my eyes sometimes. So this is another trick that I do because I'm well aware that my glasses also cause you to lose a lot of these details in here. So by having the blush here and the eyebrows done, it also frames my eyes even when you can't see my eyes. It's just kind of projection tips. But yeah, I hope that explains. There's a bit of a random side path, but I hope that kind of explains it a little bit to you. I suppose if you had a creature that had a blood color other than red, you would also use the color of their blood to blush whatever their skin color is. Exactly. So if you have a creature that has a green undertone, has yellow skin and green blood, their blush would pick up on that green because that is the color of their blood. And so, yeah, it's just to do with eye blush, again, the cheeks, but that is just a perception that we have a bit of a warmer cheek. And then anywhere the skin is thinner, which if you hold like your fingers and hand up to the light, you can see through your hands a little bit, and your fingertips appear redder because there are more minute blood vessels there, and it is warmer on the tips there. Ears, another area where the skin is very thin, and we get a lot of warmth in our ears. Elbows, again, just looking at the body, we tend to have a little bit more redness around our elbows, so I tend to blush the elbows. Knees are another one that is commonly blushed as well. just to again give that warmth, because the skin might be thinner there might be more blood vessels there. So also, hi Hal, sorry, we're talking about contour and shading and using actual makeup to kind of explain it. I am yet to find a bronzer that works with my pale ass. I have one that is super, super grey. I have one that is super, super orange. So I can kind of work the two to get an okay bronzer, but it's not great. So when I find that bronzer that works for my skin tone, then I will be doing a lot more, like, I could do a bit more contour. The grey bronzer works when I do the foundation base, because I can work it with a couple of layers to get it to work with the base. On its own, it just either looks grey or orange, depending on which one I use. So one day I will find the right colour for me, but also I'm very pale and I don't need makeup to stream. It's more just to help counteract the light so that you see my face. But I'm also okay to have like big squishy cheeks as well. You could do makeup streams. I'm not a makeup expert. It's another canvas to paint. I like painting, you know, so it's just fun to play with your face. It's just fun to throw glitter on your face. Yeah. Depends on the color of the skin. It does. Yeah. And there's a lot that can go into it as well. But so like the goblin that you've got on stream, Stir, like the skin tone is purple, so you could represent it with a darker purple, but then it's like our skins, like our skin is technically translucent. It's picking up colours from underneath. It's picking up our, like the pigmentation in it, but there's a translucency of the blood colour, which is why when you look at your wrists, for example, you know, you can see the blood vessels because our skin has translucency to it. So is their skin translucent or is their skin not? You know, are they picking up, are they actually maybe blue and they have red blood and that's giving them the purple appearance? So is their blush like more red, or, you know, it's all these weird things to think about. Yeah. But yeah, if in doubt, just a pink is kind of like a pinky, reddy, peachy, depending on the tone, is kind of perceived as blush colour for a lot of people. So it's kind of like a thing you can slap on. So for example, with War Dart, where the blush would be under the eyes, if I was to blush the blinking eye version of War Dart, I could either do some pink there to make clear that it's blush, or I could darken the green, which would also possibly read as blush because it's that contrast in colour. But I've never really considered if War Dart blushes. Maybe I'll put little pink circles there, it could be really cute. My problem with bronzers is they tend not to be dark enough, yeah. And that is a notable problem for a lot of people too. I have real issues finding the right base colour as well, because a lot of pale colours tend to, a lot of my tonage tends to not have the right undertone because I need to counteract red. So I need green undertone, and green is not a common undertone colour. Blue works to a point, but it also pales me right out. So I find it easier to find a neutral and work with a green base and work with colour correction. So most of the time when I stream, there's just a little bit of green base on my face to counteract redness. Yeah. Bud is absolutely right. You should only bother with makeup if you want to. I am just as comfortable streaming without makeup because it's not necessary. I like makeup, but I view it as paint. It's the same thing with face paint. I like throwing glitter at my face. I'm wearing glitter lipstick right now because I love glitter. My highlighter is basically a glitter, and there's glitter on my eyes because I like glitter. Yeah, makeup's just for fun. It should never be a thing that you need in life. You should feel confident in who you are as a person, and I am just as confident enough in myself that I could stream without makeup. But I do it just to help make stream look a bit better for the viewer, but it's not necessary.
It's, again, I'm just aware of how the lights work and how the lights blush me out. So, absolutely not necessary, though. Exactly. I am pretty with and without makeup, and I'm okay to say that. Because I like how I am with and without. I just also like playing with makeup. It's another form of being creative for me. So, yes. Right, we were working on a castle. We were working on a castle before we got all talking about makeup and contour and shading and blushes and all that sort of stuff, but I love that. I sent you what my model artist made for the blusher goblin. Fantastic! I'm guessing on Discord. Yeah, so this is where... Am I okay to show this, by the way, Hope? I don't know how to do corpse paint. That's all good. In the right circumstances. Everyone knows how to... It's because it was face paint. Yep. Face paint is pretty good. I have a really fantastic black lipstick. It's not around here. It's back in the bedroom that I use for Sione. I've switched to her for having black lipstick. It's got a blue glittery fleck, so it looks like blue-black on camera. It's so pretty. I love it. So this is a example. This is probably going to blow out, so the colour's not 100%, but here, this blushing is actually more of a highlight and is being used to bring forward the cheek because it is a lighter tone, but it is a warmer highlight to the actual lights that are of the skin. This is probably blowing out so badly, but like the lights up here, we've got a highlight, but it's a bit of a cooler neutral highlight colour. Here we've got a warmer highlight colour, so it's a lighter blush, but it's also acting as a highlight. Eyeliner is a really effective trick for doing lipsticks. I used to use, that's the wrong colour, I'm even using that colour. I used to use eyeshadow until I could find a highlighter that I liked, because eyeshadows often come with a fantastic highlighter. Hey Celestial, welcome in. We've been talking about contour and all sorts of highlight stuff, and shading and blush on characters, and using, you know, tonage and consideration of like the blood and all sorts of interesting stuff. So I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for jumping in. I am sorry that you've come in right as we're just about to run an ad break. Oh, I just noticed that we are just about to that point of our hourly ad break. But yes, we do run these ad breaks once an hour, not only to get rid of the dreaded pre-rolls, because pre-rolls are not my friend, but it is our hourly reminder to stretch and hydrate, and I definitely need to stretch. But during this ad break, I will not colour because I will be stretching. So when the ads do start, in a couple of moments, hopefully the ad gods will be kind to you all and not play the ads on piles and piles of them. Alright, ad break. Yes, thank you. The curiosity satisfied. I never quite find the right colour to blush my half orc with. Yeah. Funeral makeup. Funeral makeup's a whole nother subset. Alright. We're just going to start our wonderful stretches. Oh, Celestial. First round of ads. Oh. 7 ads, shorter trip. I do appreciate it. I know you can't hear me right now, but know that I fully appreciate it. Ow, that just pulled on my earrings. Alright. Oof. Ooh, stretch out the back. Do some leg stretches. Cool. That doesn't matter right now. Let's just check that out. For some reason I didn't get ads. Heck yeah. Possibly because you just joined in, but sometimes the ad gods are just nice. Sometimes. Okay, all that can wait. Oh, got about 47 seconds left on the ad break. As much as this is going to hurt the ankle, it's going to help the back. So we're just going to stand up for a moment. Oh, make sure you do stretches. Oh, and hydrate. Thank you, Celestial. That was my next thing to do as well, was also to make sure I hydrated. So thank you for reminding me to do so. I hope everyone grabs some water and hydrates. Should definitely drink more than just energy drinks. Whee. And there we go. Everyone should be back from ads. I see Smalt is free. Thank you so much for sitting through those ads. I truly do appreciate it. Again, for getting rid of those dreaded pre-rolls. A little bit of support for me, but also just that hourly reminder to look after myself, because otherwise I don't, and then I hurt. So I very much appreciate it. Let's carry on with this castle and get this castle finished. That's all good. And that's the wonderful things about knowing that once an hour we have a 3-minute break where you can go and make yourself a coffee or grab a drink or make a snack or anything along those lines. Apparently so, Small, but also ads are regionally targeted, and there are a lot more ads advertised at those in the US than there are for those of us in New Zealand. Like, we have a lot less ads that are either global ads or New Zealand specific ads, so that's also part of it. There's literally no ads for Kiwis. They can't play ads for us, which is why sometimes you'll get like Australasian ads, or like sometimes I get like Hong Kong or Singapore ads. It's really weird. Have to
be careful with the board because I extend over the desk, so if I lean too far onto it, we can also force the board upwards. There's a whole nother thing. Looks yes. Hey, you do whatever's got to entertain you. That's quite alright. But yeah, I used to work with a girl who left our work to go and actually be the makeup artist at a mortician's at a funeral homes, because it is a very specific job, and quite interesting to sort of look into and figure out. And like, it's a job that I personally would be okay doing. I think that would be really interesting. Really, like, death is quite an interesting a time period to be that support person of. Again, I've worked with postmortems and stuff, so yeah. Probably not the best topic to talk about on the channel because I know it's a very triggering topic for a lot of people, so we won't get into that one too much, but definitely a fascinating area for me personally. Yeah. Also, eyeshadows can be applied on colouring pages. Not the most permanent, but eyeshadows are essentially mica powder, so they can be really cool background pastel-y effects. You do have to do a lot of prep work to keep them in place on the page, but I know there are people out there who use eyeshadows as a way of filling out backgrounds and stuff like that on colouring pages. I have not personally done it, because if I'm going to do it, I'm just going to pull out my pastels and do it with my pastels. But also, pastels are messy, and I don't like the messy. Don't like the messy. That's why I didn't like wet media for so long, because it was too messy. Yeah, I wasn't feeling hungry before, but because everything's allowed to open at 1 PM here because of Anzac Day, things have just started opening up, which means the cafe below me has started opening up, and now I'm smelling bacon. And now suddenly I'm feeling very hungry because I'm smelling bacon. Sorry, I just got some messages that I was just reading through. Oh my gosh, so many messages. This is the only thing about streaming, is suddenly you're like, oh, these messages, which is wonderful. Alright, most of that can wait. Let Mum know that I did see, in case she wasn't listening to the chat when I told her I could see. Yeah. Bacon. Had bacon for brunch. Yeah. Everything I saw was a friend followed page.
Oh, speaking of pork, yep. Make sure you feed your pets and feed yourself, and, you know, make sure you take care of yourself. If everybody needs to go do a snack run, do a snack run. But also, probably proper food as well is also good. Again, I have a sandwich that is like 50% completed, ready to go. So, I just have to slap a couple bits onto that and then bring it over and I can eat it. But I've somehow in all of this missed colouring this entire front section. So we'll just colour that one in. So we'd have some shadow from the roof. Sandwich burgers 50% complete. Exactly. Well, I had leftover scrambled eggs from breakfast because I made too many eggs. So they're just on a plate in the fridge. And I'll just slap that between some bread with some cucumber. It's like, boom, egg sandwich. Done. Ooh, best news. Samsara, what's the best news? Give us the news. Give us the good news. I'm excited. I don't know, a sandwich is pretty good news, but I feel like this is more. And brought me coffee and hot chips. Oh, yes. Jealous. But also, yes. That's not the news. Okay. I mean, that's still pretty good news. Like, that's a lovely thing for your mum to do. So, you know, that's still good news. 100% completion and 100% consumption. Look, even if I make the sandwich to 100% completion, I may not do 100% consumption because I have a tiny tummy because surgery. Which is half the reason why there's so many eggs left over for breakfast. That is the best news. That is wonderful. Yay. That is absolutely wonderful. Also, Bud, would you like to practice doing both exclamation SO, Samsara at Samsara Dusty? I can pronounce your name, my gosh. And then / shout out Samsara Dusty. And let's do some shout outs for Samsara because yay. But also, everybody, if you are not already, you should be going and following Samsara because it's coming up some special days, and also she's lovely. And I always forget to do shout outs, so, you know, let's shout her out. But yes, if you can do the / shout out, that would be wonderful, because then if you get a little heart above in your stream in the chat, that means you're not currently following her and you need to hit that. Yay! Good job, Fud. Good job. Effective mod. Out calling me Dusty, but she realised that wasn't really working. She did not expect my reaction. Aww. I am really glad. No. That's big. That's really big. I'm really glad to hear that, hun. And Sammy is such a cute nickname. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Definitely the best news. The hot chips and coffee was lovely pre-news, but definitely the best news. Heck yeah, look at all those hearts floating around, all those trans flags. I love it. I love spamming emotes. I just love the emote wall. It's so cute. Make all those flags fly. Ooh, pardon me. I need to test if I write out, so for example, like my water little emote, if I type that and like if you put it into chat, it technically has like letters as a command, so it's like Amy WA pencil, I think is the name of the emote. I need to work out if I type these into Streamlabs, if then it will come out. Because, like, I know the heart will come out. I know the flower, but I copied the flower emoji directly into Streamlabs and that worked because I'd like to create a command that is just spamming lots of emotes. Yeah. So that, like make one that's, like, celebration, and it's just piles of emotes, and we can just, like, bring up a command and just make the wall spam emotes because that's fun. It's so good, Samsara, though. I'm so happy for you. Yay. Yay, 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 yay. I feel like you need the party pop of that news. Heck yeah. You need... Ah, that's right. This one's stupid. Don't like using that one. Over here. Party pooper. Gosh, I've been given so many gift subscriptions to people right now, which is wonderful, but also now the emote that I use the most is harder to find because I friggin' love this emote. It's so good, except it doesn't do the party popper on the emote wall. It comes out sort of flat. One time I typo is typo. That's a wonderful typo. It's okay. I'm pretty fluent in typo, so you are quite alright. Years of making my own typos mean that I speak typo pretty well. Sound asleep. Hello. Hello. How are you going, hun? It's wonderful to see you again. There we go. I think we need to blend out with this. The edges is just too much contrast for something that doesn't have a direct light source. Do. Those edges were just too pink. Okay. There we go. Yes. Oh yes, you were also at Armageddon Sound Asleep. I hope it went well. You're writing up mailing lists and stuff. Excellent. Wow. Yeah, it gets pretty chaotic. Especially when you're behind the stool. And if you don't have like you leave someone at your stool, but it's also like you need multiple people at a stool, so you never want to take long at these sort of things. Perfect. Alright, so there is our pink done. So now we need to work on our pink transition color. And this will also be the time for us to pull out our colors for our foxes, because we're basically going to be working these two colors together. I don't know why I pulled those ones out, because I think they're on here, unless we pull out those ones. So I think what we'll do is we'll keep our pink out. Oh, that's better. Yeah, definitely a two-person job, even just to cover you so you can go to the bathroom and know that you've got time to go to the bathroom. Oh my god, last time I did Armageddon was the Auckland Armageddon Spring with Mum. And at one point I went to the bathroom and the door jammed when I was in the bathroom and I could not open the door. Luckily I'd taken my cell phone with me so I could ring Mum and go, and this was before we had opened, so she was like able to leave the stool to get somebody to open the door from the outside, because it was just stuck on the inside. Whatever was causing it to get stuck. But I was just like, oh my god, I'm stuck in a public loo. This is like, out of all the places to be stuck, public loo is not my ideal. Right, I want Venetian red. That's Pompeian red, which actually probably works a bit better. Venetian red will still work as a darker tone, and then if we're moving into the pink, but then on the fox we can use that one, but we'll have the pink as an undertone on the roof, just so it's that in between. Shared a table with my friend, otherwise I don't think we could do it. Luckily I was sharing the space with another studio, and I also set up my stall so you can disappear for a bit. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I'm not. Good to know, Bud. Good to know. You're actually a ghost. You've been stuck in the toilet the whole time. I spent all day in bed playing Zelda. Heck yeah. I'm guessing you're looking forward to the new Zelda game coming out. I know a few people who are very much looking forward to the new Zelda game. I have still not played any Zelda. Maybe... I was about to say, maybe I could, and then I'm like remembering how little I get to play games, and it's like, yeah, nah.
But I am hoping to temporarily free up some Sundays until another project maybe comes on. I don't know. I think it's time to maybe look up at giving the library kids up. As much as I love them, that program is so damn tiring for me, and I just don't have the spoons to carry on with it anymore. It's been 4 years that I've been running that program by myself. I don't want to though, because I do love it. I do love my library kids. I just don't have the energy. The only thing I think about is that I just need to walk. Exactly. Yep. There's nothing worse than being stuck in an elevator, needing to go pee, and you're stuck in an elevator. What do you call a dog that sneezes? A chihuahua? Righta. Righta. I do love your jokes. You almost got fed though. Almost. Gosh, yeah, I can't imagine. So, when I did the Auckland Armageddon one, we did Armageddon all weekend, and then I had an exam the very next day, and then drove home to New Plymouth after my exam. So, yeah, there was a lot of caffeine that was consumed that weekend. It was a time. That was a time, and I am glad it's over. Now we'll use our brown to also just shade a bit, because with the building being so dark, the castle needs a bit of darkness added to it as well. Should save some for D&D, always. I almost missed the bus because I had to pull my suitcase up a hill on a crutch. Oh my gosh. So I'm also not stuck in a different city. That's also useful. Also, your fingers aren't stuck to anything. I'm glad. It's definitely a lot easier to type when you aren't super gluing your fingers together as well. But I'm glad it went well. As tiring as it is, I'm glad it went well for the both of you. The next one, I believe, is the Armageddon Spring up in Auckland. Either of you doing those ones? Because this was the Wellington one that's just been. Because the Wellington one used to be on the Monarchs weekend, but then they changed it, and now that's Auckland, correct? Yep, you are. Next one is Christchurch, I believe, next weekend. But okay, yeah. Sorry, I totally forget about the Christchurch one, but that's valid. Yes, there is the Christchurch one first. There's just so many of them now as well. Oh,
that reminds me, because Monarch's weekend I will be travelling. I need to figure out dates because I need to let my manager know when I'm not available to work. Need to let her know about graduation. I need to also let her know about the stats I never emailed either. Alright. Lock into the brain. That I need to email my manager. And make any of the smaller expenses would be far too big. It'll be even more tiring. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's the thing you do have to consider is those expenses, because it is really expensive to travel those distances. Alright, how are we looking? I think we need some more of this one. Just to help blend out this brown black area a bit more. Yeah, I only went because I got a free still spot. Oh, nice! Because of the game designers people. That's so cool. Thank you, Smoke. Much appreciated. Alright, there's our pink castle with the orange roof, as decided by chat. I might end up doing another layer over that, to be perfectly honest. I'm just going to use this pink and just bring it all together, I think. I think that's part of the issue. There's just, again, just needs a little bit tied in. It's a great thing about polychromos is they just layer so beautifully, so you can just keep tinting and glazing as it is in model painting, just adding little areas, building up those tones. And again, as we fill in more spaces, we may need to go back and add more contrast. And still adding. Oh, yikes. Yep. Yep. That's rough. Alright, let's move all the pink to the side because we're not using the pink anymore on the foxes. So our little foxy friend here is very much in the shadows, so this guy is just going to be pretty much the Pompeian red and a bit of brown. It is very rough out there. So again, this fox is just one of those tiny little details that is kind of just lurking in the background. So
I'll put a little bit of detail into the fox because it's a bit more important than those flowers, but also it's a pretty tiny detail. Cool. So, fox 1. Then fox 2. And that's wonderful. Like, it is really hard to make a living out of your, like, hobby slash side gig, but viewing it as just a way to help supplement, also a really effective way to do it. It was definitely, when I worked full-time as an artist, it was rough. Don't miss any of that as well. Like, ugh. And like the knowledge of like investing so much into a market or an event or a con and then just not even breaking even, and just the heartbreak in doing so. Ugh. Back home again where it's actually warm. It's cold out there. Hopefully little people from the bagpipes and cannons going off. Yeah. Think about doing this tiny little tree hut thingy. Gold. That one? Or this one. Oop. My only concern is because there's going to be so much gold already focused here between her wings, the little fae. Could be a lot of gold. There's already a lot of gold. Gonna go get some lunch ready, I'm starving, so we'll lurky lurk. Oh, good chai. Fair enough. Definitely get some nom noms. You should find the biscuit. You don't want to leave that unattended in the room somewhere. Only for it to come back and haunt you in a couple of days as some creature or bug has found it. Right, fox number 2. Finally had the time to make my shortbread last night. Damn, this is a good batch. Yum. Shortbread is so good. I love shortbread. So soft and buttery and melty and sweet and delicious. I brought some commercial shortbread. It used to be okay. They've obviously changed their recipe again and gotten even cheaper, and I was just like, no, this is not it. This is not it at all. So disappointed. Alright, so we do have to consider around here that this wonderful little fox is also going to be illuminated by mushrooms. So we have mushrooms around the side, a lot on the top, and then we have a bit coming from this side as well. I should stop making video games and make shortbread instead. Heck yeah, a customer gave me 2 biscuits yesterday and they're delicious, but I don't know where they are. And I feel like they may have been homemade, judging by the tastiness and the regular cooling rack marks at the bottom. Yum. Yeah, we'll use a little bit of black, very sparingly. Just want to add a little bit more contrast around here. No, we're just going to dot it on like as if it was the fur texture. So this box, because it's up the front and it's near where one of our focal points is, being this fairy with the wings, just going to spend a little bit more time here. Right, that's ready for some green when we do all the green. I'm thinking maybe we should do some gold now. Do we want to do some gold now? You know what we want to do? What I need to do? I need to desperately pee. I've been trying to wait for the ad breaks, but we're getting to the point where I have to go pee now. So what I'm going to do is I am going to run an ad break early, because there's no point me taking 3 minutes to go pee and then in 10 minutes running another ad break. So we're going to run an ad break early so I can pop to the bathroom, and then we will come back and we will figure out what we're working on next. Actually, maybe we could do that as well, because we've got the right colours out for that, so we'll do that one as well. But yes, I'm going to force this ad break to run now, and I will see you all in 3 minutes. I do. sweet relief. Oh, that's great. So much better. So much better. Whew. Right, also just quickly make my sandwich. Because again, while we're up, we might as well do it. Oh. So messy. I've lost half my egg already. Oh, so much better. Alright. That over half can just chill there for a moment. The sandwich has been 100% completed and 50% consumed. Cool. Doesn't look like anything else urgent has come through. Fantastic. Alright. I feel a little better now, having a quick bite to eat, and definitely from peeing. Ah, so much better. Here, stuck in my mouth. Cool. Right, while we're here, let us do this little bronzy pot that we've got here. I kind of want to do the markings on it a different colour. I have an apricot Posca, but it's probably not the right orange. I wonder if I've got like a bronze gel pen. That could work for her dress, maybe. That's very green gold. There's the bronze gold. this must be the yellow gold. Yeah. So you're the one I want for the pot. Okay, time for more shortbread and back to work. Thank you so much for popping in, hun. Best of luck for both your shortbread, but also your game work today. It's been lovely to see you, and if I don't catch you before, I will see you Thursday. Alright! Hobby Flow, hello! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I hope you're having a lovely day so far. Thank you for getting us ever closer to that follower goal. Slowly creeping our way to the big 500. So it's probably not picking up too much, but there is like a little, see a bit of the reflect there. We're just using this to sort of go over the lines and just sort of be the pattern on this jug, and then we're going to go back and add some layers. And again, because we're using the polychromos and they've got that translucency, this means that I can work back over this and do some shading so that the metallic pen won't just look like it's a flat metallic pen on top. It can actually be shaded with the pot. So that's why we're doing this now. Actually, while we wait for that to dry, we'll use the other gold that we pulled out, which should be the warmer gold. It is. And we'll see. Oh goodness, where are we going to start on here? So some of these areas on her dress are more likely to be other random little bits flying around. So we have to work out what is actually a dress pattern and what might be bubbles in the background. So like these ones down here with the thicker band around them, I'm taking those to be the bubbles in the background. The foreground, sorry. If there's anything that is one of these thinner lines, we're taking that as dress pattern. This is actually one of the harder things for me to do, is trace over lines with a pen. go. Now you can see the dress pattern. So while we let that one dry, come back over here. And we'll use our black and we'll just start shading. So, same thing as before, we have a very clear directional light source because we have our mushrooms being illuminated from this side. So, the gold is still there, it's now just got a little bit dulled down where the shadows are. Same thing again, we're just going to ever so gently shade over some of those. All good, Samsara, have fun. Please wish Reese a happy birthday. So same thing, we've just toned down a little bit of that patterning by just adding that little bit over the top. So it's like still got a bit of texture to say, hey, I'm not just a flat gel pen on top. Messy sandwich. That was all bread and cucumber, no egg. Right. Oh, don't pull out the speakers. Right, somewhere on this messy desk is my paintbrushes. My favourite paintbrushes. It's the big one. Not as particularly big, but that's the 0. There's the 10. There's the 10 0. So we're going to use my favourite acrylic gold ink. I love this stuff. It's gorgeous, but it's also slightly transparent. Which, actually, I am smart. Let's do this first. I've never done it this way before, but I think it'll be really interesting. So let's try it. So what I'm going to use is I'm going to use a white Posca, and I'm going to put the details of the wings in white, and then when we work over it with gold, while it may not be that different right now, it should really pop with the gold, the gold acrylic ink, because we're just going to put this flat over the top. So it'll be one of those things where it's a subtle difference now, but later on it should actually really pop. And then once we get the gold in, we can start assessing some of the other areas. I still need to do a little bit of green. I have got some green left to do. Some of the plants still need working. We've got our lizard. We've still got our houses, although I'm kind of thinking we bring in some more brown. It is Liquitex acrylic ink. My apologies, I just saw that. It is the iridescent bright gold. I love this ink. I use it a lot. It's a very effective ink. Jolly Troublesome Truck. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to stream. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We are just working over some fairy wing details at the moment. Now we'll do some fae wings, and then we're going to go over everything, all our wings and our faes with some gold acrylic ink. And by doing this white first, it should, in theory, pop when we put the gold ink on there. In theory, we will see. Thank you so much. It is not my drawing. It is a colouring page by the artist Kerby Rosanes. They have created some really wonderful colouring books. This one in particular is the colouring book Mythomorphia. My book is falling apart, hence why we are working on it out of the book in loose page format. But yes, it's his line work that I am colouring and having a lot of fun doing so. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful day, whether it be Sunday. What are we? No, we're Tuesday, which means it could be Monday for you. I remember the day. It's a public holiday here in New Zealand, and my brain's a little finicky. So while I got this white Posca out, we'll also do a couple of these little random bits that are around. These random little splotches. Here's a couple more over here. Even though I'd normally wait till later to do this, but since we're here, we've got the marker out, we might as well. Very carefully do over the lines. I hope this works. Again, we're experimenting here. I've never actually tried this, but hey, we'll try it. I'm not afraid to try something. Right, that's all the whites. So I'll just give that a minute to see it. That's all good. Fantastic. Yes, I am a colouring book colourist. That is primarily what I stream here on Twitch. I did do art in the past, and then I had an arthritic flare-up of my hands, and that caused my hands to get permanently damaged, and so I started doing adult colouring books to retrain my skill, and we're getting there. Like, I've started drawing again. I mean, I was drawing the whole time, but I'm getting my drawing to a place where I feel okay about drawing again as well. So I do have some drawing to do. But yeah, another page that we're working on is this Rainbow Mushies page. So I've still got to do all the shading on the mushrooms themselves, but this is another page that I've been working on. All these wonderful, bright, colourful mushrooms, which I love, and glitter. I love glitter. This is another page that we completed this month as well. This wonderful little green tree man with his little bug friends. That was quite a quick one because of the technique I used for it. So yeah, I've got half of the page of this one done. The other half's in the book. That's another page that we've completed as well in the past. So yeah, I've got a goal to finish the complete book. Gosh, I need to clear out my desk. I've got stuff everywhere again. Can I do this without bleeding my sandwich full? Let me move the sandwich over there. So yeah, my Mythomorphia is falling apart a little bit, which is why I have so many loose pages. But yeah, I do a lot of colouring on the channel, And the goal this year is to finish. That's the other half of the page I just showed you. This is another one that we did this month on the channel. I really love this one. I love how that one came together. So yeah, this is what I do. This is a very long spread on the channel. This took us several months to do all this. But yeah, if you do exclamation project, it will come up with the artist's information. Kerby Rosanes. He has a number of colouring books and I adore his work. Right, that should be dry enough to begin working on. So we'll just move that second half up there. We'll begin on this one. Can I open this or should I have my tools? I should probably have my tools. Oh, that hurt the hands. It was really dumb. Oh. Now, I want you to let me get this thing off without... You're going to keep trapped in there? Cool. I don't want to pull out a pallet. I just kind of want to dig out of the bottle, which means I need to loosen this enough, then wiggle that off. There we go. Excellent. That way I don't have to keep that on there, because we're just going to be naughty. We're just going to dip directly into the bottle. We'll just start with this little one back here. So yeah, this ink, absolutely beautiful, very translucent though, which has its uses. Like sometimes you want the ink to be slightly translucent. So that's why in theory, when we paint over the white, we should still see a bit of a white undertone under this ink. Otherwise, I'll just go back over it with a white Posca afterwards. So, I don't know how well the camera's picking it up. In real life, you can see like some very subtle line differences between where the white is and where the white isn't. And it's very subtle, but it is there. But yes, whereabouts are you joining us from? Also, Jolly Troublesome Trucks. Is it okay to just call you Jolly or Trucks? I don't know if I want to call you Troublesome. That just seems rude. But yeah, whereabouts are you joining us from? very cool. Again, I can't tell exactly how well the camera's picking it up because you're on my terrible monitor for color, like, monitoring. But in real life, there is a really wonderful little subtleness to it. So, like, the white lines are still there, and depending on the angle as to how clearly they're still there, but most of the time they're going to be like just a subtle shimmer, which is really cool. I might have to go back through with the eyes, so I feel like the eyes are going to get lost. Sparkle, sparkle, indeed. Definitely doing it a bit too thick of a coat there because we do want to keep that translucency, which means I need to thin out that coat a bit. Maybe we should do the portal gold. Like base it in gold and then do a bunch of swirls and whatnot. We were going to do this tiny little crown. This tiny, tiny little crown down here of our wonderful little lizard king or queen or monarch. It's probably actually meant to be some sort of like fin thing or something, but we're gonna do it as a crown. I like the idea of a crown. Okay. Next page, while that page dries. Magic porthole, swirly sparkly porthole. Well, see, we've got the option of I can use the gold there, though keep in mind there's already a lot of gold. I can do sparkle. I got a bunch of other metallics. I can pull out, like I've got a purple metallic watercolor that I can pull out. Yeah, just, I want to make it something special. I want to make it a bit more than just like, boom, flat color. So I've got a couple of like shimmer watercolors that I can pull out and we could do like a shimmery magical porthole. I've got obviously a bunch of glitters that we can pull out different colors of. Yeah, 2, 3, 4 plus glowy effects. Yep, we could do a glowy effect from the portal as well. I don't know why I started with that one, where my hand goes this way. Right. Always work in the direction towards your hand, because otherwise you're just going to smush over what you've already painted. Which, this is acrylic ink. This dries pretty quickly, especially with how thin I'm painting it on. Exactly. We want it to have a special porthole. I could have left it brown. I could have made it just part of the tree, but it seemed, you know, unique and interesting. I was like, no, we want to make this a porthole. You know, this is a magical, fantastical forest. So we want to add all those little details. And it's, yes, those little details that take a while. It's the glow effects of the mushrooms. It's all those bits and pieces that are taking a while, but it's going to add to that final piece. Nope, I just went over the wing there. And it's already dried. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Easy self. Alright. Gold little fey creatures are done. So it was suggested that we could also do this gold. I feel like that's going to be a bit too much. I'm wondering if maybe we do the bronze like we did over there, and I pull the same bronze marker out for any little details. We'll do some little details in bronze. Yeah, orangey bronze. I think that's the way to go. Oh, you're already touched right. So this one I have to be a little bit more pedantic while colouring because I don't have that base layer, so I do have to make sure that we cover all the tooth of the pig paper. In all honesty, I probably should have aced this. That probably would have been logical. I don't really know why I didn't. I can't really explain why I didn't. I just went in there with the pencils and then I was like, oh yeah, I haven't based this, alright. Make sure we cover it up more properly. Like, it's fine, it's still working out fine, but I probably should have based it. Oh well, done now. It's that one. It is. Fantastic. Cool. Right, that's that done. So I am thinking, because we used a little bit of light grey on the fox's belly up here, to also use some light grey on this chimney here to tie in the light grey. And then we could even continue the light grey in our little rabbit here, which would also be that rabbit there. Or, because we've got light grey, we could bring light grey over here, which means we could do it on the snail. That would give us that bit of a flow. It also gives us an antler colour, where we could just do all the antlers in light grey as well. And that would help flow through. Yeah, because we've got these grey tones that we were doing. Because again, anywhere where we can pull existing colour from, let's do it. And there would be a little bit of a green glow on one edge because of the subtle. But again, it's not much. And then we'll get our black. We don't want it as dark as the stones, but we do want to darken certain areas. I'm going to just bring in a little bit of brown up the top here and some of these stones. Just a subtle little nod. And then we're going to use that brown and that black, and we're actually going to do this roof over here and this roof in this dark brown, particularly this roof here because it's a part of the tree. I don't think a different colour, like it folds into part of the root, so I think we're going to just do a very dark brown roof. Start by colouring this in. No, I have done a lot of black around because I was trying to differentiate from whatever I did on the roof. I do a black roof, it's going to recede. But if we start doing the grey into the roof and do a brown grey, that could work. Using our pencil texture to simulate like the roof thatching texture. Keeping with that same brown red, that's not this. Let's do a lighter wood door. Use that same bronze just to pick out the door handle. Boom. There's our little fairy house. So it's there, but it's not like the attention's all on the fairy house. It's when you look at the tree, it's like, oh, there's our fairy house in there. I like that. I do want to just add a bit more around there though. Just lean that out a bit more. Perfect. Alright. So the only thing up there is that, and then our details down here. But let's go over here. Do we want brown in the center? Because right now the brown is all around the outside and it helps frame it really lovely. So we do have brown here, so that would help feed it through, and then it would tie into the brown of the pot. So I think we will do the same thing for the roof over here. I'm also thinking, I'll have to do it with Posca, but where I've put all the black portholes up here for the fairy castle, switching that and doing yellow like the wings and then creating a glow effect up there as well, which is another glow effect. There's going to be a lot of light sources on here, but it just looks a bit like dark and insipid right now. But if we add in sort of like the castle's glowing, it will make it just appear a little bit more like, hey, someone actually lives here? Glow effects are really cool. A bit of work, but it helps it come together so much. Better make sure we do this little bit that's on the other side. Make sure it all matches up. Alright, I like that. Right, so if we're doing, I don't know, like if we're doing the red and black lizard, we can bring the red into this flower and up here. So I have places to bring in the red, so maybe we'll do the red next. I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to tone down the roof of this because I'm still not 100% happy with the castle. I think doing the lighter windows will help a little bit, but I also think part of it is actually the orange roof. I don't like the roof. I feel like the roof needs to be darker, so that might be something to figure out as well. And I think I need to just make the roof brown. So, the lizard has stripes, which is surprisingly easy to do. We just take some black and just put on some stripes. Boom, stripy lizard. Oh, somebody's enjoying their day off. And then again, and keeping in that tying in existing colours, we'll grab the Pompeian red. Sure it's Pompeian red, yep. And we'll use a bit of that as well. Checking that to red. It's going to help a little bit. So I've got to go back over with our bronze, which is fine. Just that little tonal shift on there. Alright, let's do a red flower. This is all in shadow, so this can be very dark red. Just the slightest touch on the edge of the lighter red. Because our mushrooms are light, so we actually have quite a bit of light being cast around here. Just a little bit where it overlaps, not much. Pompeian red. Just use that as our lighter shade. Meh. Knocking stuff all off the disc. There it is. Oh. Alright, let's do this one. A red. Fairly straightforward. Whatever this strange plant is. Any one of its sorts, so. Cool, and then while we're here, we've also got a bunch of these petals. Let's just do these. Since we're here. Alright, it's time for the next ad break. So I'm going to let this play and do some stretches. Again, do appreciate you sitting through the ad breaks. They help support the channel, but also remind me. And it's pill time, so if you've not already, take your meds. I eat a food and take my meds. I am good boy. You are, Fudd. You are. You probably can't hear me. Oh, we're just going to take those off for a moment and relax the ears. Actually got no ads this time. Heck yeah! Hear my praise and hear it clearly. I love when you get blessed with no ads. I'll take this opportunity to eat my falling apart sandwich. Oh, of course. Of course. Smell really is. Smells a legend.
Freedom! Oh, look at that. You even beat the end of the ads. Because there's still 20 seconds when that came through for me remaining on ads. Probably about 30 seconds for you. I don't know. I think it's still on short delay. Turn around. Smelt is victorious, and we highly, highly appreciate both you, Smelt, and anybody who sits through those ads to get rid of the dreaded pre-rolls. Oh, to give us that stretch break. And in this case, the snack break. As we finished off the sandwich. And I'm also going to eat a date. I will show you what we've done. So we finished, I think you left just as we were finishing off the gold. And then we did this. We went with the copper bronze. And then I decided to make this tree house just brown but with grey undertones, just so it's like quite subtle in there, because it's not going to be like, there's enough things to look at, we don't need more. So that's just in there. And then we did this roof in the same sort of browns greys, and used a little bit of the light grey that we used on the wolf's belly, the fox's belly, over the chimney. So I'm still not 100% sure what we're doing for the building itself. And then we pulled out our red to do the lizard. So the Lizard King. It's got the poison frog colours. And then we used that same red for the flower here. Took it up to this little random spiky one. And now what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go and darken that castle roof. Because that is just, I'm not happy with that roof. That roof is too light. There's not enough contrast. It's too close in colour to the castle. It's actually very distracting. So I'm going to go in and also make that roof quite a brown colour. I'll still have a bit of warmness because it's in there as a base. But I'm going to tone that roof right down because I'm just not happy with that roof. Thank you, McBobbin. And then once we've done the roof, I pull out greens and we'll start on these green leaves that are remaining. And the other thing we were thinking is we could do the grey that we've done in there for the horns, the little antlers, to bring in that lighter grey a bit more to a couple more areas. But yeah, we're getting on the home stretch. We've got a couple more decisions. So I need some colour suggestions for the crane, for the snail, the jackalopes, and the deer, and the squirrel. We've got 6 creatures to go. Now if it uses a colour that's already on here, it's even better, because I'd rather not introduce more colours, because we've already got so many colours on here. But also, maybe we need to introduce some more colours. I don't know. I'm going to get on with this roof anyway. Let me put my ears back on. Let's start toning down this roof. I know the pink and orange was the chat suggestion, but it's not right.
It depends on your perspective, I guess. I do love cantaloupe. It's so good. Delicious. But you know what? We're going to pull out. Oh, we're going to pull out our dark sepia. We're going to use this because the walnut brown that I've been using, while it's a wonderful colour, because we're working over an already very warm base, it's just looking really warm. But dark umber is a very desaturated brown and very cold, so working over the warm, it becomes that good sort of neutral, slightly tinted warm brown that we've been using. Oh, it's all that's running in my brain is cantaloupe jackalopes. Wow, if we think about a cantaloupe, they can be quite a light orange colour, can't they? So maybe we could take that as inspiration for our jackalope. I was about to call it our cantaloupe. Maybe we could look at that for colours. Because I am just removing one of the oranges, and we do have orangey peach in there, so maybe we can work with the lighter peach tones. Because I'm using the warm peach on the fox, maybe we bring in some of the lighter tones with that, and that could be our jackalope colour. Peach here. Sometimes my brain just goes. That's all good. I mean, we all know I have certain things stuck in my head all the time. That's why there's certain sound redeems, because certain things are just always stuck in my head. Even if the sound redeems get me copyright strike. So the final countdown sound redeem. Final countdown song is banned in Russia. So when I upload the VODs to YouTube, I have to cut out that portion of sound, which is real easy. You just press a button. But yeah, the do 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 do. You gotta. So
Bud gets up. Got her. And then Mana Mana. Do 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 do. That is my constant earworm. It is copyright, but it's allowed to be played on YouTube. So I don't have to mute that one. But I have to mute the final countdown. And like, what does Russia have against the final countdown? Yeah, they're my two consistent earworms. All the time. Living in my head. Rent free. So rude. Dates really are delicious. And also a very cheap snack. But also, because they're so sweet, I can't eat many of them. So they're quite good. Because like this whole bag, I'm sure this is like $3. And it just lasts. We got Mana stuck in his head while we were doing pack down. I was like, next time you're an AB stream, check out the sound redeems. Yep. There's a reason it's a sound redeem. And I think we're getting close. I need to check. I've got sound alerts open anyway. Ooh. Hold up. I've just been given something to look at. Oh no. It's their anniversary, not my anniversary. I should figure out when my Twitch anniversary is. Marvelous. Channel points. 10 out of 10. I can also do bit redeem sound alerts too. So you can donate bits, which is like literally in Twitch currency. But it's okay. I'm happy with my 9 sounds plus my text to speech for water. For channel points. Because that one's free. Free for you again, it just counts as time. After all this talking, we can't talk about all this and then not play the sound. And it doesn't actually cost me any money, so... Also, I have 2 that have barely been played. We also have this one.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
And then we also have this one.
No.
Because you never know. I had to leave Chaos in there as well. But I may swap those 2 out. I know we need to leave... Oh yeah, these all sorts in there. I need to actually get my tarot cards sorted so I can get the tarot reading in there, because there's an oracle card, but the oracle cards are a lot more straightforward because it's just drawing 1 card. Tarot cards is a lot more complicated and it's a free card one. You have almost 40k. Fantastic. There is a 69,000 redeem. If you want to keep saving up, you're more than welcome to, but you're more than welcome to also spend points. It's pretty easy to build up points. Like, I've got the sounds. I've also got did I turn it off? There's meant to be one more points. Community. Hold up, let's just get this. Content. No. Viewer rewards, that's what I want. Channel points. Oh, itchy. You could have played that in the moment when you keep gluing your fingers to stuff. You absolutely could.
There we go. I hadn't turned it on. That was smart. So if you ever want to force me to use a specific color, you can. Sorry, stream may be getting a little laggy while I work on this. Yeah. I want my documents. No. No. Alright, again. I really should sort out my folders. I just realised that I never saved when I uploaded the Make War Art Talk one. The logo is meant to be War Art. There we go. That looks better now. Not really a thing that needs to be doing stream, but we did it. Did it while we remembered. Right, back to Stream Manager. So now when you look at your redeems, it should be a 15,000 point redeem. And the War Dart one should be actually have like War Dart in it. Alright, I want to avoid that because I need to pause that because that's eating into my bit rate. Decide my color choice. Yeah. So I'm hoping by setting it to 15,000, it's the sort of thing, because like, I don't want some troll to just come in here and go fluoro orange on a piece that I'm clearly doing in black and white. Like, you know, I want people to just sit and be like, hey, I really think you should do this color. I've been here for 10 hours. Boom, 15,000 points. I want this color. You know, I don't know if anyone will take it, but it's now there as an option. So you can say, you want this, take it. You have 1.5k. You're very new to the channel though, McBobbin, and it will add up. If you ever get gifted a sub, you earn points quicker. When I do raids, you get gifted, you get points for raiding, you get points, like, it will build up. Naturally as you watch streams. It's just one of those things. As you hear, they build up. I've got, like, on Violacious' stream, I have 75,000 points. She used to have a $50,000 point redeem, which she has put aside for now. They is their pronouns under their stream, so have to remember that. And yeah, they had a 50,000 point redeem, which has been on hold for a while. I don't know if it's coming back or not. Their situation has changed and the point redeem may not be possible anymore, which is totally fine. I'm like, that's fine, I'll just keep building up points. Right now, they have a karaoke redeem, and I can technically request, I worked out it's at least 33 songs in a row. There's not even 33 songs on the karaoke playlist. So, yeah, so when and you're still using your phone to type a message, I'm guessing? Or do you have a keyboard for your TV? Because I often play it through my PlayStation, but then I use my phone app for the texting, the typing. Yeah, okay, so you should be able to still claim them on your phone, because I still get them on my phone, to when the little box goes. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to check in with Samsara. I believe she casts the TVs, so. But yeah. That's okay. I don't think I can gift points, unfortunately, or else I'd gift you a few. That being said, if you want a couple of sound redeems, just let me know, because I have unlimited points as the streamer, so I can, like, if you know you want a couple of sound redeems for the fun of it, let me know and I'll custom through for you. Alright, so we're going to do this other thing that I talked about, which is make the castle glow. So we will which means all the shading that I did is now wrong. But that's okay. We're just going to work with it. We're just going to work with it. I tell you what, one redeem that will never be on my channel is karaoke. And it's not because I don't like karaoke. I'm very impressed by people who do karaoke. I, for many a year, had a real phobia about singing in public. And I have only, I used to mouth along to Happy Birthday. I wouldn't even sing Happy Birthday. I've only recently gotten to a point where I feel okay about it. And I'm still very controlled about what I sing. Like, I'll do the do-do-do-do. I feel okay doing that. But, yeah, karaoke to me is conquering a fear that I am not quite ready to face yet. So, yeah. I had a game that I DM'd and I actually sung a nursery rhyme in this game, and I didn't let anyone know before I ran this game. Then at the end of the game they were talking about it because the nursery rhyme was very important to solving an element of this game. And then afterwards I was like, how'd you like the game, you know, how'd you checking in? And they were all going on about different stuff, and someone was like, it's so cool that it was an actual sung nursery rhyme, and every time they tried to talk to these characters I would just sing this nursery rhyme and just rock back and forward. I wouldn't interact. I was just singing this nursery rhyme. They're like, this is so cool. And I was like, yeah, so a little bit of a truth here. That was a really big thing for me because I had to sing. And that was a big deal for me. So, yeah. Yeah. Happy accidents. I'm sorry. I actually missed that entirely. I think because that one's a very quiet one, so we're going to replay that.
Make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Yeah, that's a very quiet one, for me anyway. Good old soft-spoken Bob Ross. I think if I streamed karaoke, it would be more of a punishment than a reward. Exactly. The sad thing is that my grandmother was a classically trained opera singer. And if you know Kiri Te Kanawa, she is a very well-established New Zealand opera singer. My grandmother trained with her, which will give you some idea of her skill level. So, but then she did the very risque thing of falling pregnant outside of marriage, and suddenly she got married, as you did back in the day. I wanted to learn more instruments. I've always wanted to learn flute and violin. I learned guitar, bass. I taught myself piano. I learned guitar through school, and then from guitar taught myself a little bit of bass. So, yeah. Yeah, she was pretty, if I had realized as a child what she was and who she was, I would have. But by the time I understood, because she was a vocal coach, that was her job for a long time, and she always took her church choirs through stuff. She was always the choir leader because she is she's obviously dead now. She was classically trained, but by the time I realized that at 10, 11, 12, she was also blind and could no longer have a piano, and she didn't teach vocally anymore and I was like, oh, okay, she can't teach me. I should have actually just said, well, it's okay, can you just teach me how to carry a tune? Regrets. She passed away when I was 18, so. But yeah, if I could, I would go back and, as a child, be like, can you teach me to sing? Teach me to sing. So, yeah. Yeah, I've been told before that my voice sounds like cats murdering each other, which is what shut me down from singing publicly for a long time. I have not gotten to the point of recording my own voice. I don't know what I sound like. I hope I can carry a tune, but I probably can't. Right, so there's our little, I'm already so much more happier with that castle now. That is instantly so much better with that little now light. I just realized that I left this edge, but this would also be in glow. So we're just going to color this whole thing. And we're just going to make that whole thing a glowing door. But yeah, instantly 100 times better. So much better with that. Having the lights on, those will eventually glow. I will do a glow effect, and the brown roof, just toning down that roof. So much better. But for now, we need to get this green done. So let's get the greens. So we're going to bring in a bit more of a yellow green with this one, just to counteract the other greens, but also prepare us for the fluoro greens. I could sing when I was a child, but after my voice broke, I couldn't get it working again. Yeah. Yeah, because it's not also a true competition. It's a reality show. First and foremost, it's a reality show. So it doesn't matter how good or bad you are. They're going to place you in a way that emphasizes their reality show. See, the thing is, like, I don't know outside of the show anything about him. On the show, playing a character. So, yeah. Again, reality television. But I also don't follow it, so I don't know if shit's happened outside the show as well. But yeah, yeah, reality competition doesn't seem that interesting to be in. I don't even watch it on TV. I'm trying to think what was the last. I suppose apart from like Drag Race, and even then that's gotten so commercialized that I haven't really been watching that for ages. Plus I don't have Netflix anymore, so I can't watch it. No, I did watch some of the ones that's free to watch on TV, and that was mostly because I I skipped so much of it because I just like seeing the makeup and the costumes. So I just like skip all the drama. I'm like, I just don't care. Show me the pretty clothes. Yeah. Was that to do with the drumming or a band or something? Or was that another talent? Pretty much this whole thing is just in the light green. I think that was meant to be blue and I accidentally did that green, but that's okay. No one's going to be able to tell. Alright, so you'd be all green, bright green, bright green. Then we can bring a bit more shadow up here because there's less mushroom up here. He's a percussionist. Yeah. Yeah. That's good to know. And that's the right attitude to go in, is just have a bit of fun. Show off what you can do. that green one. So I have a bit of shadow coming this side. You'd be all in shadow. A little bit along here, but really not a lot on that side. Do our neutral green. A little bit along the spine, but most of this is of course going to be in the light green because this is right next to a mushroom. You get lots of fun highlights on that one. And then even though this is kind of next to a mushroom, it's also right in the background and I don't want to draw attention to it, so I'm just going to shade that one out. That's where artistic eye can take over accuracy. Because we don't want the focus to be there. It's there, but it's not there. I met someone who was wearing a shirt for her sister who was on Survivor. I was pretty baffled by her explanation. Like, her explanation for being on Survivor? In real life, my brother is shy and has trouble talking to people. On stage, he has no fear and just shines. Not especially, but I get pretty bad anxiety before that. Yeah, and that makes sense. Yeah. I'm with you now. Yes, I know what Survivor is. It's another one of those ones where I find it interesting to see how the sets are built from a mechanical sense, but the drama of it's just not fun. I find if I watch reality competitions, I skip a lot of it. I just want to see certain things. I want to see the pretty sets. But yeah, I did go for a thing for a while of watching a lot of Survivor. I think that was when I was quite flared up. It was when I was going through my Survivor binge. But yeah. Again, it's been a long time. I don't even watch a lot of regular TV. I'm pretty much Twitch or YouTube now at this point. I have Amazon Prime, and recently I have been watching like a series. So I've been watching Tudors just to help at night with the brain wheelies. But a lot of the time at night, I will actually just put on music and listen to music overnight. YouTube has some wonderful like 12-hour relaxing song ones where it's just a black screen. So I can put on my PlayStation to play the YouTube app and it's just a black screen. And it'll be like relaxing music or rain sounds. Rain sounds put me to sleep so easily. So I'll do that as well sometimes. But sometimes I need something with words to kind of shut up the brain swirlies. So that's why lately it's been the Tudors, but that was a very old series that I used to watch when I was younger, and I think there's a bit of just like familiarity in it, even though it's not great or historically accurate. I think it's just the familiarity of the series, plus it is a time period that I read a lot of fiction about. I mean, there is a lot of period fiction about the Tudors, because it is an interesting time frame. But yeah. But oh fuck, that gave me a fright. Sorry, pendant alarm box is yelling again. You have power, you're just a piece of crap. Well, not really. The technician, so about 5 months ago, a technician came around to repair it because it was doing this again. And yeah, they replaced the power cable because that was all they had authorization to do per the company, but she warned me that in 6 months it would go again because the particular type of device they gave me, there's too many lines around here and it's having trouble finding the right internet line to connect to find because it uses like wireless to connect up for sending like the connection through for when I press my pendant alarm. And there's too many Wi-Fi's around here because I'm in a building with a lot of Wi-Fi's around. And they're like, yeah, no, you need this other type of box. That's what they should have sent you. But they wouldn't give authorization for them to replace it with that box. So instead, she's like, all right, I'll just do what they said and give you the replacement cord, but be prepared in 6 months, it's going to break again. And it's been 5 months, and it's doing it again. So yeah, just waiting for the technicians to come out sometime this week and replace it. And trying to be extra careful in the showers because my pendant alarm might not work, and I might be able to not dial for help by pressing my alarm. Normal TV is crap. I don't watch anything. I did in here because... Yeah, I had to in hospital. That was the last time I watched a lot of TV because TVNZ On Demand was one of the few things that was unblocked. You could go on YouTube, but so much stuff was blocked. Like, I was really surprised Critical Role was blocked. Like, that's Dungeons and Dragons. That's not even, like, risque stuff. I noticed almost everything, because they have free Wi-Fi at the hospital, thanks to a certain company, but it's blocked on so much stuff. So I could not watch Critical Role. I could not get on Twitch with live streams. Not that I was watching live streams at the time because of the flare up and all that sort of stuff. Like, art triggered me. But yeah, so much YouTube was blocked. And what I ended up finding was a bunch of Korean videos where there's no talking and just Korean subtitles, and it's people in like a cafe and they just make drinks, but it's just ambient noise, and for some reason it just put me straight to sleep. But it did make me want really good coffee so badly, because hospital coffee, oh my god. But yeah, because I couldn't watch any, I could barely watch anything on YouTube, I ended up going on TVNZ On Demand because I had my laptop because I was in hospital for like 6 weeks. And yeah, like, God, at some point I was watching Shortland Street. That's how bored I was. It was horrible. It's like, oh my god. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so I had like my study, so I had my laptop because I had to still try and do some schoolwork when I was in hospital. And yeah, so I had my laptop, and I actually had some colouring books. So I actually did a little bit of colouring at the time, very, very slowly. But I did slowly, especially as they started really tackling me with prednisone and inflammatory medication and really bringing that down. That was really good. Yeah, I should have shown you the headspace I was in hospital. It was okay when I was in a private room, but then I had to move into the shared room because they got, like, tons and tons of people came in sick with, like, pneumonia and people who needed single rooms. So I was moved out to a shared room, which is fine because they realized I was really great with the little old ladies. So they put me in a room with little old ladies who slept all day. I was fine with that. But then they started having to bring in other people into the room. And there was one lady that came in, and her whole family would come up at 8 o'clock in the morning and sit there until 8 p.m. at night with her, just watching the hospital TV loudly and using the free Wi-Fi. As she was there in hospital, she just had asthma, and she was just on a nebulizer. And there was like family rooms, so it was like, could you not go to the family room? Like, you're here for 12 hours, literally. And like the little old ladies, because there's 4 of us in the room, and the little old ladies couldn't nap. I needed naps because of everything going on. And it's like we couldn't nap because it was just all day TV, family chatter. And it was like, can you not? And it reached a point where, because they would not go and we were being disturbed, all 3 of us basically were like, nah. So the little old 2 ladies who were both waiting to move into respite care, because they were unfortunately dying and there was just no room at the hospice, were in my ward, and they were just like, we'd rather go home, we'd rather die at home, at least we could sleep at home. And I was like, I'm in pain and I don't care, I want to go home, I want to sleep at home, I need sleep, because we couldn't sleep. So yeah, in the end all 3 of us just kind of got ourselves discharged. Yeah, it really shouldn't have. And there was a moment where she went for a walk with the family,
And I turned to the little old lady and said, quick, this is it. Get into bed, I'm turning off all the lights. And I got up, which is painful enough, and I got every light off. And we drew all the curtains, and the nurse came in, and she's like, what's going on? It's like, they went for a walk, we're making it fucking clear we're going to bed, and don't need to go elsewhere. She's like, yep, got it. And then as soon as they came in, they started being noisy, and this nurse was on our side. She came straight in, she went, the rest of your ward's asleep, you need to go to the family room. Oh, but the TV, doesn't matter, the rest of the ward's asleep, go to the family room. And we're just like, thank you. We just wanted some peace and quiet. Honestly, hospitals are not the place to rest. Between the terrible food and the consistent noise. Yeah. Yes. Haunted! Yes, I am. I've got no work today, so we're trying to push through. We've done quite a bit, though. Let me finish shading this, and I will show you. We have, gosh, what was I doing when you left? We've done a bit. Yeah, I don't think we're going to finish today because the mushrooms themselves are going to be a whole shebang. But if I can get everything but the glow effects and the mushrooms done, I will be fully prepared for Friday, and we might be able to finish this on Friday. So right now I'm just doing, got a few places where there's a bit of bright green. Sorry, that's my sandwich coming back to haunt me. Just trying to get some of these like green bits coloured in. And then we decided on light peach for the jackalopes, and grey for the antlers. I'm thinking I might do this grey as well, and then I can bring orange in for the beak. And then we just have a snail and a squirrel and a house to work out. And then we should be done. I've still got obviously the mushrooms to go. The mushrooms are a whole thing. But we'll see how we feel. If I can get to that point, I'll feel good, because it means that on Friday, as Friday streams, we are just doing mushrooms and glow. Because again, I don't like unless I keep pushing through and aim for like a 12-hour, which honestly I don't think physically I should do, because I am starting to feel it in my hands. But I've still got a little bit left in me, so I'm happy to keep going for a while. I just clicked, haunted. Yeah. Oh gosh, that was well done. I didn't even click. Oh, you went to the Mario movie. That's so good. I still haven't been to the D&D movie, and I have free tickets. I think I just need to sacrifice one of the tickets and go by myself, even though it's a free double pass. So I just have no one else to go with. Yes, all the bright green mushrooms are our light source, so they're going to be glowing. We also will be having the glow from the castle. That's why I changed my mind on that one, so all the shading's wrong on it, but we'll work with it. But yes, our mushrooms are our glow source, so they're our light source, and we're going to play with a lot of fun green reflex with the mushrooms. Gosh, words. I know words. And yeah, the other big thing we have left to do is the portal in here, and figure out how the hell I'm doing the portal, which also may glow. But let's get everything else sorted first.
Just knowing all the references. That's so cool though. I'm glad you enjoyed it and had fun. Sorry, just double checking. No, we're good. I'm glad. I'm glad that it did the happy dance. I feel like that's what my brain will do when I finally get to see the D&D movie. If it's even still in theatres. Should do. It's only the end of March, and it came out at the start of March, so... No, it's the end of April. Oh my god. And it came out at the end of March. So it's only been out a month. It should still be in theatres, right? I should still have time. I probably should get onto that. Maybe I'll go on Thursday. We'll see. We'll see what I'm up to. See how I feel. I'm eating some chicken and rice comfort food, covering from loud cinema before going back to tutoring in a few hours. It is great. I will try. I think, like, it's just that whole, like, it's a double pass, and I have no one to go with, and I feel like I'm absolutely wasting a ticket. But it's even more of a waste if I don't get to use it at all, so. Yeah, should just do it. Alice, indeed. Yep, more and more, just like where I live is just not it. Not it. Oh, that's true. I could check in with Sam. Are they free during the day often? Because it has to be before 5. It has to be a day movie. I just have to check before it's still going. Okay. Okay, no, that's good to know. Alright, I'll do some research to see if it's actually still going, because there's no point inviting Sam if the movie's not even still going. I just brought some skinny jeans that don't work. If only they did work like that, right? Hey Ryder, how are you going? Welcome back. Is that? Yeah, that's some vines that I forgot. So we'll just... Never forgot. Was always perfect. See? Never forgot. Alright, let's get these little bits done. So this one, we've got quite a bit of green. Mushies. Mushy, mushy, mushy. You need to find better places to tell your jokes, Ryder. I feel like you're always being yelled at for your jokes, and that's just not right. Your jokes are great. I love your puns. That's all good, McBobbin. You have a lovely night. Exactly. Your jokes are always welcome here. So long as they're within the guidelines placed. But I do know that you don't post some of the very, very risque ones for me, which is very appreciated. Alright. There's our green done. Oh my god. Oh, crack. Crack goes the bones. Okay. Okay. Pretty much. Right. So the next thing we had decided was that horns were going to be black, and then we were going to do a little jack-o'-lanternope peach. But the horns were going to be grey, that was going to be grey. So let's do that first. I might do this backwards to how I normally do it. And do light to dark. Nope, playlist is repeated at some site because this is Samsara's Starting Soon song. Cantaloupe, jackalope. Alright, because you'll get some light from there. And then I've got these horns over here. Up. Cantaloupe. That could make sense. Cantaloupe. Yeah, lupus. Cantalupus. It's Cantalupus. Canis lupus. Cantalupus is cantaloupe with the lupine infliction. There really is. Melon wolf rabbit. Oh no, it's not an extra U, it's a correct U. Calminos, thank you so much. And thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. I'm just giving my back a little stretch at the moment, so I will get back to it in a second. And we're discussing the correct spelling of jackalope. But words are hard, and spelling is difficult. And we will accept all forms of spelling here because we fully understand what you mean. But how are you? Welcome in. We follow British English here, so colour has a U. It makes it very difficult for certain things, but it also is how I can tell the difference between my colouring books, because if there's a U on the cover, it's an American version. If these, a British English version. If there's no U on the colour, it's the American English version. But then there's also lots of other versions. Alright. Oh, it felt a little better. Let's finish off these horns, and then we can get going on this jackalope. With or without a U. Oh, someone just subscribed to my YouTube channel. Fantastic. Are you a streamer, Kalamos? Fantastic. Don't let imposter... Sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat now. It all moves so fast. Don't let imposter syndrome get to you, because everyone has their own skill abilities. Like, I didn't draw this. This is an adult colouring page, a colouring book that I'm doing. So I'm just colouring someone else's lines. Everyone has their skill set and their unique things that they can do. And all art is valid. As long as you're creating, art is valid. That's all good. That's all good. I'm more than happy to support fellow streamers. Heck yeah, we do. We do. I'm all for my mods shouting out anyone they like, so... That's why my mods have swords. I always forget to do shoutouts. I'm really bad at it. Swords go well with shouting, proven fact. Absolutely, 100%. Fully agree there. Yeah. It's okay. 2 people, still 2 people. No people is no people. I mean, I don't know what my numbers are. I don't look at the numbers. I don't want to know the numbers. I just stream to whoever's here. And if you're here, cool. If you're not, also cool. You got life, you got things to do. It happens. Yes, I have. Very slowly working my way through. Very much a fight some days. If you do exclamation project, it actually comes up with the specific name of the book, which is Mythomorphia, and the title of the page, and what I had used on the page as of last stream. This stream, I think we've got a new media to add on there, but I'll update that in a moment. So yeah, I think I've just got to add Inktense, not Inktense, sorry, Poscas and Poscas, Prismacolors, and now the Liquitex acrylic ink and gel pens. So I got 4 things to add to the materials list as well. Alright, let's get started on this bird. So Calmanos. I'm very bad at names. I do apologize. Is Cal okay, or Min, or do you have a short form that you prefer? I will do my best to remember, but Calmanos is still okay as well. Please let me know if I'm not pronouncing it right though. Cal is absolutely fine. Thank you so much. Such a good description. Thank you. That's why it's there, because, you know, sometimes you might be curious, but you don't want to ask. So, the project command is always updated with that. Calm. So you do a bit of art yourself. Tell us about the art you do. Again, all art is valid. I would love to hear what you do. So, this underside will be lit by this big ass mushroom that's down here. So you have to keep that in mind, and then there'll be a little bit coming on the tail, but really it's mostly going to be the underside is all lit. All good, Fud. We'll see you in a moment. that would actually be in shadow. In fact, most of this wing would technically be in shadow, but that's really boring. So we're just going to make it all grey. Tama's waiting, ready to pounce and go, poo! Eight. I mean, yeah, I guess, I don't know. It's not my natural instinct to do so, I guess, so, yeah. It's interesting. I mean, there's a running joke about me and tortilla. Because I did not know, and I was calling them tortillas. Way back when I was baby internet and not exposed. But that happened in a D&D game and has never been lived down since. So not only do my players love to throw difficult names at me that I tongue twist around, but corn is a running theme in my D&D homebrew world. It happened in a Skype call and you brought it to D&D. There we go. Oh gosh, it was many a year ago. I just remember in D&D about it. But yes, that would make sense. That would make sense, so. It's just forever haunted me, but I don't mind it, because it is kind of funny. And now I look back like, how was I that ignorant? But also just wasn't something I was exposed to where I live. I know better now. I will still mispronounce words because I am terrible English. English good, yes? Yes. So good. So good. No. Oh, I'm a native English speaker and I speak it terribly. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like something I would have said. Yeah. Exactly. English is a difficult enough language as is. So confusing. Oh, I just noticed we are about to head into an ad break. So, we take this opportunity to stretch, to hydrate. Definitely need to stretch. I'm feeling it in my hands. So we are going to stretch. This ad break runs for 3 minutes and I really do appreciate you sitting them through them. Not only is it a free way to support the channel, but as I said, it is our hourly reminder to take a bit of self-care. You did? You should not have gotten an ad at all. Because oh,
Frickin' pre-rolls have turned off. I'm so sorry. I missed it. They had turned off, or otherwise I would have run it a bit early. Timing. But we're not meant to have pre-rolls. These are meant to stop the pre-rolls. But because I had that internet drop out for a second, everything's messed up. Everything's just messy. True, Smolt. True. Oh, they should be starting any second. Oh, gosh. She's the crack of the wrist. Oh. Make sure you stretch. No. Oh, everything cracking like bubble wrap. We can turn off the work alarm for today. There it is. There's the ads. All right. Five. It's not too bad. It's been worse. Well deserved though, Small. Not that you can hear me at all. There's no point in me talking to you. I don't know where I am. Heck yeah, Smolder. Heck yeah. Oh, we're just doing stretches. Good old stretches. Free with a minute 20 to go. Damn, everyone got out early by the look of it. Freedom! Heck yeah. Oh. Oh, pardon me. That is the energy drink. I've just spotted a pedal that I've missed. So we'll do that pedal. And I've just seen a bubble that I've missed too. But I'll probably go in and add some extra bubbles anyway. Oh. We've still got 44 seconds, so we'll just give it a minute to catch up and finish. You can start to see, like, it's starting to compress my hand because my hand is starting to swell a bit. So, I've still got a little bit left in me. I just want to quickly message someone. Where is my deep heat? There is a camera blink. Welcome back. You should all be free of the ads now. Thank you so much for sitting through all of those. Again, is meant to help us get rid of the dreaded pre-rolls when I remember and it's timed properly. That was my bad. I'm so sorry you got a double lot. Back turn you want to colour? Heck yeah, do it. Just going to take a couple of minutes to just put some anti-inflammatory gel on my hands.
let that sink into the hands within the gloves. This will just help keep the hands going for a little bit. With the snap of the sudden cold as well, it's going to make the hands just a little bit more temperamental. So it's time to start using some deep heat again. I don't need it as much in the summer because it's warmer, but winter. Oh, and heat packs. I've already pulled out my heat pack that's on my walking frame. Get in there. Keep tight. I really got to get the sewing machine out, sew this back up, because this is very close to falling apart. So I just need to put a little stitch down the centre bit there. I grew up with many mispronunciations of words in Spanish, but I didn't realise until I studied Spanish in school. It's really embarrassing to know that I live in an area where people have been speaking Spanish consistently for the last 500 years. That's always in... Yeah. We actually have that with Māori in New Zealand. There's been a real push in the last decade or so about, like, Māori not being lost and, like, focusing on teaching Māori but also pronouncing it correctly and respecting the fact that we are a bilingual country and speaking Māori a lot better. So, for example, I was one of those Pākehā or European people who used to say Māori, Māori, and that's not correct. It is Māori, and learning to pronunciate and focus on my pronunciation of certain words and stuff like that. Something that I am still learning. I will still muck up. I am trying my best. But I'm also trying to make a point of learning it. And I'm trying to get better. I do forget, but I do want to start trying to say kia ora more often as people come into stream instead of just hello or hey. You know, actually going like kia ora and really introducing things properly. Because the Māori language is a beautiful language. And it's really interesting cultural elements that I want to bring in. So... I had to smother myself in deep heat. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Deep heat is wonderful to a point. The smell of it though, like everyone knows you're using deep heat. That's all good. It's so good to hear that you've been practicing, Ember. Happened out, Samsara is very good at saying kia ora and welcoming people with that, so yeah. It does cover the sweat stench really well. It really does. Alright, let's get this little bit done. Alright. We still got music? I still got music. Maori. Yeah, Maori. So I grew up just saying Maori like that. But it's not, and I had to train myself to think of it more like saying moldy, like bread, but it's Maori. I'm really bad at pronouncing it. Basically, the A and the O come together. Yeah, it's Maori. And the thing with the Māori language is the vowels are where you stop. So it's definitely re, and it's M-A-O. But the A is pronounced differently. Then it's not Ari, it's O, it's more of an O sound for the A, so it's Maori. Alright, let's get our peaches out. Let's get this jack-o'-lantern. Oh my gosh, I'm getting to that point. Let's get this Jacko. Let's get this rabbit with horns done. Because I've also just had confirmation that Samsara is about to go live. So we are going to we're going to finish this off. And then we're going to raid over to her. She's just got to get a few bits running. And then we will get over there. I've got some certain key phrases that I want to say in my graduation speech, and I've actually got the Open Polytechnic School reaching out to the actual Te Reo department to help me with the pronunciation, because I want to make sure I get the pronunciation right. Yeah. And that's exactly it, Bud, and that's exactly what I am like too. It really was not done right and not treated right for so long, so it's not an excuse to not try, though, and it is why I'm trying, because it is a beautiful language. The more I learn about the culture, the more fascinating I find it, the more interesting, and the more I want to celebrate it. I wish I knew more about my own iwi and my own whakapapa, because I am biologically Māori on my biological father's side, but I was raised by a completely Pākehā family. My adoptive father is Pākehā, and I don't know a lot about my actual Maori, about to say Maori again, Māori heritage, but I'm trying. I know my biological father is deceased, so I am not going to be able to communicate to find out more. I do have like half sisters or something I could talk to, possibly. I don't know, maybe one day. Right now I'm just happy learning on my own. Right, need a little bit of brown. The brown might be too brown. We'll try it. We've made quite a bit of progress though. Like, after these are done, we just have the snail, the house, the deer, and then all the mushrooms. Home stretch. Absolute home stretch. Samsara, hello, lovely. We're getting there. We've made a lot of progress. Oh, and a squirrel. Just have deer, squirrel, this house, this snail, and then the mushrooms and the glow effects. But definitely getting there. I hope you've had a lovely day, hun. I am looking forward to watching you stream. Soon as you are ready to go, I will start wrapping things up once I finish my little melon rabbits. Heck yeah, it's such good news. Ooh, okay, Fad, that's really cool to know. People saying words, it tells you what accent the speaker is saying the word in as well, so that can be more uploaded. That's really cool. sure we've got lots of white over here because we've got lots of areas that the mushrooms are going to be affecting our little rabbits. It really is a huge step. It's so cool to see. That's all good, Ember. It's been wonderful to have you here, and maybe we'll see you around later at one of the many places we share. I'll be hanging out in Samsara's for a while. It's always wonderful to have you here. While I'm here, I'm also going to do the eyes because the eyes annoy me. And we had a dot somewhere around here. There. I'm just going to add in our little eye shinies. We like eye shinies. Little nose shiny. Eye shiny. Eye shiny. Now you look like you have crooked eyes. Yeah? No, I don't like that. Eye shiny. Eye shiny. Everything needs eye shinies. And while we're here, let's correct your eye shiny. Right, clear. It's an eye shiny. Eye shiny. Everyone gets eye shinies. Everybody gets eye shinies. It's again one of those very tiny details, but it makes a huge difference. McBobbin, welcome back. I hope you had a lovely nap. Oh. We are just finishing off our little jack-o'-lanterns here. The jack-o'-lanterns. I'm still calling them jack-o'-lanterns. They're not jack-o'-lanterns. The jackalopes. So I ended up going for peach for the jackalopes, and now I'm thinking we also do the squirrel and peach. In fact, we could even do part of the snail and peach. Although the snail could also be blue, to bring in a bit more blue as well. And our deer could technically be peach as well. We could do the deer peach, that the red brown, and the snail the blue. I think I like that. I think peach, red, blue. Let's do it. Let's do it. semi-dark. Gotta keep in mind that the underside is actually lit. I'm not even going to attempt that tongue twister because I know me and I know how bad I'll be. A little bit of brown too. Got out the old sketchbook? Excellent. Everybody's getting creative. I love it. Got out your markers? Oh, can't wait to see what everyone produces. I am going to, once I finish drawing, give my hands a bit of a break, and then I might see how I feel and try and keep working on rainbow mushies. Get the shading done and get the coats of glitter done so they're all glitterified and ready to go. We'll see how we go. Honestly, I'm probably going to stop and go and lie down in bed and watch Samsara in bed. Stretch out the back, get the foot up for a while. Relax that way. And then later on make some ramen. Not sure what you'll draw? Wow. I did put up a prompt challenge. It's technically for colouring pages, but you're welcome to use the prompts to inspire you to draw something. It started off as a drawing challenge on another Discord I used to partake in, where it was like we have these free wheels. Its wheel is the prompt, and the free wheels generate free random words. So the ones that generated this month, for next month for May, the words were settings. The setting was a circus. The vibe of the page was powerless. And then the random item was a soda bottle. So I also have that page, but that's next month's as well, to add to the next month's piles of things that I'm adding in for next month. But yeah, that was a lovely challenge I used to partake in, and I really enjoyed doing that challenge. It always inspired me to be really creative and come up with different things, and just approach pages in a really creative way, and customize different pages, but also get me working on pages that I wouldn't normally approach. So yeah, but also mushrooms and snails is very appropriate for this month as well if you want to. That's why we have an inspiration Discord. I don't quite know, like next month is mermaid, so I'm probably not going to do, like with the wheel of prompts being a prompt challenge already, I'm probably not going to add in an additional like Mythomorphia hashtag, because I will probably just try to finish off the pages from this month, but then I've got a couple of mermaid themed pages that I'll be working on. Heck yeah. I
that was so fun with Sandwich. When they were here with their friend Sam, we just went to a local cafe and sat around and drank coffee and did arts. It's so good, so good. I want to do more of that as well. It's kind of like what the Discord hangs are, but it's more, not quite the same as in person. But I could do more Discord hangs with it and just spin the wheel for you guys on the Discord if you need it. Give you all random prompts to sketch there and then. The bucket coffee, heck yeah, I haven't actually gone. I haven't actually gone to get said bucket coffee, but it's good to know that said bucket coffee is there. Right, I think we're just about done with our lovely little deer here. Our deer. There we go. I am pretty happy to call that done for the day. I feel like we achieved quite a bit there. That was quite the successful day. We didn't quite get everything finished, but with just the snail, the squirrel, the house, the portal, and then the mushrooms and the glow effect. Like, that is achievable next Friday, on Friday, at Friday's live stream. It's going to be a push, but it is achievable. So yes, we are going to do a raid. Samsara is starting to stream, so we're going to head over there because my hands are starting to get a bit gimmicky, so it is time for me to relax and do some stretches. So in the meantime, if you are not already, please feel free to follow my socials. There is a bunch of places that I am around. Please feel free to hit up any of them. I really appreciate, catching up with you. If you're not already, feel free to jump in the Discord as well. It's a great place to hang. Lots of creative souls. We just hang out, we have fun. And yes, we are going to go and raid over to Samsara. Words. So there is a lovely little raid message for you to copy and paste. So when we head over to Samsara, if you would like to paste that message. Oh my god, I am struggling with the words right now. Let's get this raid started, because it'll take a minute. So when we get over there, feel free to paste that message and be like, woo, I'm here from a raid. The other thing to note with a raid is if you are hanging around with Samsaras, make sure that you refresh and change the address bar, because if you look at the address bar, it's going to have, after Samsara Dusty, it's going to have equal reference raid. Remove that, because that actually really affects our stats in the algorithm. So if you're going to hang around, make sure you remove the raid referral, either by clicking directly back onto Samsara's name or just editing out the address bar link, because it will really help you with your stats and your numbers. But yes, we're going to head over there now. Thank you so much for hanging out. I don't believe so on mobile because the app is different. I'm not 100%. I will figure that out. I will be able to let you know when I get over there, because I'll be able to see if you get the referral from raid message when we get there, Haunted. But in the meantime, in case you get left behind, there is the direct link, because sometimes Twitch is funny like that. We're going to raid over now. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see you all over there. Remember to look after yourself. Stay creative. All those sort of words that I can't process right now. Let's go. Bye.